Alright, I'm starting this. We are doing this. Alright, um, just a few moments though. Okay, send the link to whoever's online and whoever's interested. Hope at least some people will join, although it is pretty early for a lot of people. Right now we're late, yeah. So I'm gonna try to give my opinions on it. Well, okay, here's the plan, right? I'm gonna give a bit of a summary first of the show. Then I'll go over why I don't like the ending. Then I'll go over like my plan. And then I'll go over like what we have so far, what I have so far, and then I have the plans going forward. Alright, let's get this going. Alright, so so this is an opinion stream on the anime 16-bit sensation. It aired last year in winter. And the basic premise is that it's about a girl from 2023 time traveling to 20 to 19 to the 1990s, where she like becomes a game dev and like makes VNs and meets all sorts of people. So like it's some it's some basic time travel stuff, but with like a game dev twist, which I think is pretty unique. I think that hasn't really been done before, and it's a nice idea. So like I'll go over it. So the main character is Konoha. It's this one over here. This this little goofball. So like yeah, she's from 2023. She goes like so like she's from a time in modern day, right? And we know that in modern day, VNs aren't exactly the most popular anymore. Not at least as they used to be, because like the heyday of it is over. Like like era of Steins Gate, Higurashi, whatnot. Nowadays you have like a lot of gacha games stealing the thunder of it, and the games that she has to work instead on are a bunch of glorified porn games, which she like completely dislikes, and she has to like work as a background, a character artist for like background characters' backs. So she's like in the worst position, and she can't really get like any further. Oh hey, it's Yune. Hello. Let me just okay. Ohayo, Ohayo. So like yeah, she's like in the she's not happy with like what she's doing, so she finds like a shop that sells like old VNs, and she buys a bunch of them. But it turns out that they're like when she opens them, she goes back to the period in time of what it was released. So, for example, if you were to open Tokimeki Memorial, you'd be transported back to 1996. If you'd open Higurashi, you'd be transported back to 2002, and so forth. Those are not the games that are used in the show, but just some examples. But so yeah, so like she goes back to 1992. She meets some people at a company called Alcohol Soft, and they're most of the characters in this graphic here are from Alcohol Soft, except for the one at upper left. We'll get to her later, but she's also very important to the story. And like, yeah, like this guy Mamoru, he's also an employee there. It's like a small indie development company that makes like VNs way back in the 90s. So she goes there. She has a bunch of like adventures, but she can't actually publish anything because she forgot her fucking phone. So like before she can do anything, she's transported back to the present again, 2023, and then she opens another box, goes back to 1996 again, and well 1990 to the 1990s again. The first time she traveled back to 1992. Now it's 4 years later, 1996, because the game that she opened is like from a different date. So like that's the logic that goes behind these. So like now it's 1996, and like Mamoru, this character, he's still working at Alcohol Soft, but he doesn't like working at it because they're switching from PC98 to Windows. And now in the 90s in Japan, PC98 was actually more popular than Windows. And like until like 1996, at which Windows started to really take off in the market, and it changed things. But he don't like this, and he just wants to work with PC98 because he has like a love for it, a fetish for it. So like these two characters, they meet up again, Konoha and Mamoru. They have a bit of like and like and like yeah, and then like later on we actually get to meet this character with like Konoha actually meets this character over here, who's called Toya. And now Toya is a bit of a shy girl. She likes also like um, VNs and Bishoujo games, but she's very like shy about it. She doesn't really know how to like if she wants to buy it or not, and so like Konoha from the future, she actually like encourages her to like go buy this go buy some VNs and actually like engage in her own like sort of interest in her own otakudom. So Konoha means a lot already from the start. Konoha means a lot towards Toya because of that. And yeah, like they become friends, they get along very well with each other, and like and then like these two characters, Mamoru and Toya, Mamoru and Konoha, they like have a little bit of back and forth about why you shouldn't change the future and why they should change the future, with like Mamoru being like, oh, you shouldn't change the future towards Konoha, but then Konoha is like, oh, but PC98 dies into the future, which like really upsets Mamoru. And then like Mamoru is like, ah, fuck, I guess it's fine to change some of the future if it like makes it a better place. So like that's that whole character arc going over. I'm skipping over a lot, but I think you should watch the anime itself if you want a better recap. So like then you have then she returns again to like 2023 Konoha. Again, she still hasn't made any games, unfortunately, because well, she took her iPad with her this time, it didn't have any power. So like, yeah. So like, he then opens up another box, and then like returns to the 90s for a third time. This time to 1999, and this is what I like to call the depth arc. Because we'll see in a moment. So like now it's 1999. The alcohol soft as a whole has grown a bit. Now it's not just Mamoru and some others, but now we also have. It's not just these characters, but it's a whole other bunch as well. They've grown from like a a, a, a company in like a small room to like one with legitimate office supplies and all that. So like they're like the real deal now. So like they're approached by a executive figure, but it turned long story short, it turns out that he is a scammer, and now they're 10 million yen in debt, or well, no, 10 billion yen in debt. So that's like not $10,000, but I think like yeah, $10 million in debt. So quite a bit. So like okay, and okay. Up until here, it's been very followable. I think maybe I haven't really given like the most thorough explanation, but I think you can kind of get it. Here's where it kind of starts to go off the rails with like where they introduce. So they basically introduce like aliens and shit, right? So this is where it gets really weird. So the aliens, like, okay, but before we get to the aliens, so like Mamoru, he actually finds one of Konoha's time travel boxes, right? He finds one of her time travel boxes, and he actually goes back to 1985. So way, way before even like the foundation of alcohol soft and all of that. And there he meets two aliens. They're, or well, they don't look like aliens. They look just like humans, but they act very eccentric, and it's very heavily implied that they are aliens or some type of extra dimensional beings. A lot of people dislike this part of the anime and see where it gets kind of off the rails. I kind of agree, but I also think that had they handled this a bit more gracefully, it might have been a bit more acceptable. So like yeah, they he meets up with aliens for a while, and like so and he basically learns the whole lesson about like it's that creativity is what makes humans unique, and like that's not what other like species can do, whether it be like other animals or robots or other aliens, like who knows. So like the ability to create, that's what makes humanity unique as a whole. So like yeah. So anyway, back to the depth arc. Let's just forget about all of that for a little moment, right? Let's go back to the depth arc. He returns back to 1999, and basically the whole of Alcohol Soft, they have to make a game that sells for like $10 million, $10 million or 1 billion yen, right? Not that easy. So like, here's where Konoha fucking finally. Oh, hello, Tribal. I'm just going over the plot of 16-bit first before doing anything else. So anyway, this is where Konoha finally gets to make her game, and she gets to take all of her ideas from 2023 back to 1999. So like advanced like graphics, advanced like story ideas such as like isekai or like tuny stuff, all sorts of tropes from like the 2020s that people in the 1990s and like early 2000s aren't familiar with yet. So she can like use that. So like they make a game fucking finally after like 8 episodes, and like it sells actually really well, or we'll get to that later. But like, yeah, okay. Before we get to that though, I really need to I need to get an in particular image. So like, remember Toya, right? Remember this character. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna turn my roof off. Shut my roof for a bit. Shut my window. Alright. Hello. Yeah, okay. Let me just get the image that I want to get. It's quite a bit away. But it is an important image. Okay, so like, basically, um, Toya is really grateful for what Konoha has done for her for the past, what, 7 years? And she really wants to become more friends with her, right? She really wants to make a game together with Konoha, and she really wants to see like what makes her so like nice to her and kind. Basically, she really likes Konoha. There's not really a feeling of romance, but it's more like platonic friendship kind of way. Them up with a heart here anyway. Anyway, yeah. So basically, Toya asks Konoha if they want to make a game together, right? And Konoha, she makes a promise to Toya that they can, right? That they will make a game together, but not now, because Konoha is about to go back to like the present day and like leave. She's like glitching out. Konoha's like glitching out. She it's very obvious that she's about to go back to like 2023. So she makes a final promise to Toya that they will make a game together one day, which is very sweet but also kind of heartbreaking if, if you know what's gonna happen next. So like, yeah, right? So that happens, and like she goes back to she goes back to then like Konoha goes back to like 2023, but it's no longer the 2023 that she knows. It's no longer the 2023 that she knows. It's like completely changed at this point. It's very let me get some more images. So basically, because the game that she published, it was like a huge success. Yeah, Multiverse, kinda like that, but like yeah, the game that she published was such a massive success that it ended up changing the future itself. And one of those side effects was that basically anime in its modern style, it's like completely gone. And what we get instead is this very realistic kind of ugly mannish style, which is called Ku. And like it's like a parody of like how Western games look kinda ugly. And but like yeah, unfortunately, like the Japanese game industry is kinda dead at this point. And now we have like now it's instead just Americans that make these games, and they put their whole own twist on it, making them look like mannish and all. Very unmoe, and it's instead called Ku, an abbreviation of cute. So like this heartbreaks Konoha because all the games that she likes are now either gone or they're altered beyond recognition, right? So this heartbreaks her. Now she meets up with a future Mamoru who is like very old at this point, and like he also doesn't like the present because PC 98 still flopped and Windows is still the standard. So like they decide that they want to fix this shit because he knows that Konoha is a time traveler, right? So like he decides, fuck it. I don't like this future any more than you do. Let's change this back to how it was before. And then like they try to make a game together to change all of that. Now this is where it gets pretty interesting in my opinion, because they actually bring up um, they 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 bring up the concept of, because it's like set in an alternate present, it has like modern technology. So they bring up the concept of using AI for creating the graphics, for creating the story, for creating the music, for creating all of that, right? But Konoha, she doesn't like this. She feels like it's just using her own work in a way that she doesn't like, and she obviously wants to just use her own art. She's like an illustrator. So like they decide not to do that. She then gets like a call. So like a few moments later she gets a call from Toya, and Toya in this future is also like grown up. She's like she looks like this now. So she's changed a lot as well. She's like a big CEO of a big company now. And like she gets Konoha, she gets kidnapped by a a stranger because it turns out that wasn't Toya at all. It was a deep fake made using AI, right? So like the actual Toya finds out about this and she's like horrified, but also like she kind of is glad that at least Konoha still exists, but she is not happy that she got kidnapped and all that. So basically, um, in this future, so basically the in this future, in this alternate future, we have like why Konoha got kidnapped is because in this version of reality, like artists are being put into pods, which they can then use to train AIs. I know we got very off topic, very real fast, but like it's basically like the Matrix, and they might make they're like fit into pods. Their ideas are then like harvested from them, which they can feed towards AIs. And there's like a whole Donald Trump character parody of like a that's like a Western executive that's like the big bad guy of all of this because he just uses AI to make slop and uses unethical methods to like generate that slop. So like yeah, AI it basically can't create anything, only leeching off of hair, only leeching off of other creatives. This harkens back to the comment of AI can't create anything with the whole aliens subplot from like earlier on. I think that's what they were trying to get at, right? So Toya's place in all of this, she doesn't like this, but it is the reality that she unfortunately grew up in. And basically, so like think you're Toya for a moment, right? You haven't heard about who you consider to be your best friend for like 24 years, right? From 1999 to 2023, you basically have not heard about your friend at all. And basically, I feel like she will be really heartbroken by this. So that's very like sad, in my opinion. And she meets up with Toya again, but it's not like the worst circumstances, right? So like, okay, we have all that. Now Mamoru comes to save the day and saves like Toya with his hacking skills because he's like a programmer and all. He knows a lot about like computer programming and security and all that shit. Which is a stretch, but it's fine. So basically, he saves her, and then like, and then the aliens come back too. Aliens come back too. They basically save the day as well. Like Kirito. Yeah, lol, kind of like that. But yeah, like aliens come in, they save the day as well. They both aliens and Mamoru they save Konoha, and like they have a big reunion with the rest of the Alcohol Soft team from like way back in the day, right? They're all grown up, and like yeah, it's big reunion. We're now at like the last episode of the anime, by the way. So like yeah, here is where it gets a bit complicated. Here is where I really kind of start to dislike it. or where I feel like the ending gets really like stinging. So like, yeah, um, basically they go through with their plan to make a different game to change the 1999 again. Like Konoha will go back to 99, and they will make use a game to change that past again, right? So like the whole and like they come up with some ideas, but then like Toya, adult Toya, she feels really fucking bad about what she did. Both to like, well, she didn't do much, but she did kind of participate in like making the future the way it is. So she wants to fix this, right? She feels real bad about it, and she's like, she still wants to contribute. Konoha asks if Toya can contribute, and then Toya is like, no, I don't feel like I deserve doing that after all I did, right? So like, and then Toya says like that she still wants to make a game together with Konoha, just maybe not now. So like this is really heartbreaking, right? Because this is the last time that she sees this version of Toya, right? Okay. So like I feel this is really like heartbreaking right here if you know what's coming next. Because okay, she goes back to 19 she goes back okay, like okay. Um so like she Konoha promises again that she will make a game together with Toya, this time to adult Toya in 2023, in alternate 2023. So she's made already two promises. One of them she hasn't kept yet, and the other one, we'll see about that later. But okay, so like yeah, so then Mamoru they finish the game without Toya, unfortunately, and then like they make and then Mamoru he gives Konoha an envelope with like that he will then give to that she will then give to his past self, which contains a bunch of information on how to make the future, on how to fix the future again, right? But ultimately, it will have to be the game from Konoha that will have to do most of the fixing. So, like, we see her give a big goodbye to Mamoru, and like, there's a big time skip. There's a big like time skip, and they go like, hold on, let me get the ending for this. Let me just okay, just give me a moment, okay? So like they do a bit of a time skip. They show the actual game that Konoha has been working towards. Hold on, just okay. So like they show the actual game that Konoha has been working towards. It's this one. This is called The Things I Hold Dear. The first game that she published was called The Last Waltz, but this one is called the things I hold there. Yeah, I am using a website to look at this, but bear with me for a moment. Anyway, yes. Then that happens. She comes back to like Akihabara in 2023. We don't see her trip back to 1990. We don't see her second trip back to 99. Keep that in mind, right? We do not see that back at all. Okay, hold on. Like, we see her get back to 2023, but we don't see her get back to 1999. So, like, okay, that's fine. The future's fixed, even if it happened off screen. And then, like, her company's changed again. Like, Alcohol Soft now exists still. Or, well, it doesn't, but like, Mamoru is still there. And they have a big, and Konoha and Mamoru, they have a big hug at the end of it. Right. So this is the end, right? They have like a big hug. Big reunion hug. And that's about it. And yeah, so like, and this is the end frame. And this is the ending frame of it. Now, my question is, what the fuck happened to Toya? What the fuck happened to her? This is what I fucking pisses me off. She is not in a single frame of the ending. Like, this is the last time we see her, and it's a fucking broken promise. Like, oh my god, they did her so fucking dirty, man. Like, we don't see her at all. We see him get a happy end. We see Konoha get a happy end. But, like, we do not see a single moment of Toya again afterwards. This is why the ending fucking sucks. And it really sours myself on the show. I like the show. I like the show for the most part. It's maybe not perfect, but oh my god, this ending is like, it just leaves such a sour note in my mouth, right? Like, oh my god, just give one fucking frame. Just one frame would have been enough. But they just completely forget about her, right? So, I hope that you kind of get now why I don't like this ending at all, right? The whole aliens thing, the whole AI thing, whatever, right? It's standard sci-fi stuff. It's like, it's standard sci-fi stuff, maybe a bit executed poorly, but then like, it's the ending and the fact that Toya is just completely written off that pisses me off. Anime endings get a little questionable sometimes, or they just actually anime. Yeah, it can be either, but oh my god, this pissed me off so much when I first watched it, and well, I thought, hey, maybe I can read a bit of the manga instead, right? Maybe the manga fixes things. Okay, turns out that the manga is actually just a completely different story from the anime. I'm sorry for that mic issue, but turns out that the manga, it does not have Konoha at all, right? She is absent from the manga. The manga originally was just a period piece about like game development. There was no time travel stuff at all. And like as you can see here, Konoha is absent from the from the cover art, and like it's just about alcohol soft. So that's why they're here, but effectively the anime and the manga have completely different storylines. There are a few similarities here and there, a few plot threads that move over, like the whole depth arc I think exists in both versions, but all of the Ku future stuff, all of the time travel stuff, all of the alien stuff, that is unique to the anime only. So in case you want a better ending in the manga, get fucked, because it's a completely different continuity. So like, okay, that's fucking shit then. So what else do we have? Maybe a So what else can we then get, right? To make myself happy about this. Maybe a season 2? Or maybe an OVA? Here's the thing, right? OVAs, season 2s, you should never expect those from anime. We all know how it is, right? Like, a series is lucky if it gets a season 2 to fix things. And we really don't know about this, so it might as well, that might as well all be all of it, because you're never certain about season 2 or an OVA. So like, yeah, basically Toya gets fucked over 3 times and she gets fucked over 2 times in 3 separate ways, right? First off, you have her cancelled arc. First off, you have her cancelled arc. She gets her promise broken twice. And then the show just forgets about her. And this is really pissing me off, but I think there's some other glaring issues about the show as well. For example, Mamoru over here, he doesn't care about VNs. He doesn't care about Bishoujo games. Why would he fix the future? Why would he have that envelope that fixes the future towards one that celebrates this again? So yeah, he doesn't care for that. While like Toya and Konoha, they obviously do. And how would he fix? This is also left vague. This is also left very vague. They don't explain how he would fix the future. Well, let me catch up on chat. Being Konoha is suffering. Being Toya is suffering. Problem is, are the BDs sell well in Japan? If not popular, then studio doesn't even bother continuing. Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a huge problem. That's indeed a huge problem. I am good with name. Konoha is just God reject human law. Yeah, okay, so like, oh hi Kara. So like, okay, let me just, so this is Toya, this is Mamoru, and this is Konoha. So like, yeah, she gets a cancelled arc, she gets her promise broken twice, Show just completely forgets about Toya. Mamoru doesn't care for Bishoujo. How would he fix the future? That issue is never addressed. And then also, there's also some issues with Konoha as well. Like, she also has a cancelled arc of like making, okay, so like I feel like Konoha also has a cancelled arc because over time she just makes things for herself rather than collaborating with things. So like she's a bit self-centered, unfortunately, and she kind of stays this way. And I feel like she should have really had an arc where she learns to like collaborate with others, and not all of her ideas are used, and they just fix the past again by doing the same thing, releasing a game with modern knowledge. So, which is kind of lame. I would have preferred that they fix the past in a different way, and we'll get to that later. And the final question is, who publishes the things I hold dear, right? It. Who publishes the new game? Oh, hold on. That's a huge question because it can't be Alcoholsoft. If Alcoholsoft just develops it, if they just publish it, we would just get a Last World situation again, and the coup future would it would happen regardless because it's just Alcoholsoft that makes this. They can't publish it. It needs to be a different publisher than Alcoholsoft, because if Alcoholsoft just does it, then the future wouldn't change, logically speaking, right? Because they just think, oh, Alcoholsoft is a golden goose. Let's just snatch that one. That's what the Americans think, and then when they snatch Alcoholsoft, they're like, oh fuck. Japan's like, oh fuck. Guess we can't really make anything that's as good as Alcoholsoft stuff again. So it definitely can't be Alcoholsoft. So who the fuck publishes Toya's new game? She doesn't know anyone else. And I mean, like, Alcoholsoft can't publish Konoha's new game. Konoha doesn't know anyone else in 1999. Just the people from Alcoholsoft, right? So, like, yeah. So, okay. Let me just collect my thoughts for a bit. We know why it fucking sucks here. That's part 1. Now, we can't get a season 2. The manga is completely different. We can't get an OVA. So, here's what my ideas are for coping with this. Maybe instead we should I can fix it with fan fiction, right? Because if I address all of these issues with fan fiction, I know that's not an official way, but it would put my heart at ease, and it would put my mind at ease as well. So let me go over that plan for a moment. Okay. So, as you can see, as I've told you before, there also was the whole, like, the second trip to 1999, that was skipped over, right? We don't see that. This is a big part of what I am planning to fix with it, with my fanfiction of it. Okay, so like here is the timeline for it, right? 1996, Konoha introduces Toya to Bishojo games. Konoha meets with a grateful Toya. Then we skip ahead to here. Konoha travels a bunch of times back. The future is only minorly altered. I mean, if fan fiction is popular enough, they will see potential of it becoming anime. Yeah, I hope that. Or I hope that they will just get a season 2. season 2 proper, like I would just be happy with that too. But yeah, she travels a bunch of times back to the 90s, and then like, hold on, gotta follow the timeline thread. Ooh. Okay, travels back to 1999, right? Konoha 1 appears. Okay, Konoha 1 is basically just Konoha, just keep that in mind. The original traveling, finding a larger alcohol soft. After 3 years of absence, Konoha meets with Toya again. Feel like this is very important too. Kind of sad because she just, you know, kind of abandons her, and obviously Konoha means a lot towards Toya. So then like 1999, development of The Last Waltz starts. Last Waltz is released in December of 1999. Toya starts a company and asks Konoha 1 if they can make games together. Can you still hear me? I hope so. Sorry. So like, yeah. They start a company, and she asks Konoha if they can make games together. She has to decline. Konoha reappears in the bad future. We skip a bit ahead. Toya gives up, unfortunately, on being an illustrator and becomes a CEO. Konoha appears in the dystopian future where Moe and Bishoujo no longer exists. Konoha and the former alcohol employees, they make the game that they like, the things I hold dear. Konoha travels back to 1999 to fix the bad future that she has created. Okay, now it's where it gets fucky, right? This is what's fun. This is what I kind of like for an idea. Because it's a time travel anime, they can have the idea of working with time paradoxes. So like, here's the fun thing, right? Konoha, the first time she travels back to 1999, it's with first time she travels back to 1999, it is using this game right here. No, not that one. That's not a game. It's using this game. It's using Kanon. And Kanon's release date is... Wait, fuck, where was I? Kanon's release date was on June 4th, 1999. So Kanon's the one she uses to travel back the first time, right? Now, here's the fun fact. The VN that she uses the second time to travel back the second time to 1999, Comic Party, that one was released only a week before, in May 28th of 1999. So I feel like this is really like an interesting way of using sort of, you can really set up a sort of time paradox problem, right? Because now you have two Konohas in 1999. The first one from the first trip and the second one from the second trip. So like, she appears at the release date of Comic Party, and she has to avoid Konoha 1. We'll refer to the second Konoha as Konoha 2, and the first one is Konoha 1 for now. She has to avoid bumping into Konoha 1 to avoid any time paradoxes. She also has to find a publisher for the things I hold dear. She has a hard time with this. She has a hard time with this because she doesn't know anyone else with Alcohol Soft, which can't create it because we went over that. Because that would just create a cool future. Cool future, not cool future. But yeah, Konoha. So okay, this is where my fanfiction starts. Konoha bumps into Toya again. She's making a company. She like, okay, so Konoha 2 then bumps into Toya, who then is already making the company. And this gives Konoha an idea to use Toya and her company as a stepping stone to release the game, right? So then she has a way of solving this problem that no one can solve it. No one can publish it, right? So, okay, so right after, so, so Konoha 2, she bumps into Toya, and like, this is right after like Konoha 1 leaves. Konoha 2 talks to Toya and keeps up on the promise of making a game together with Toya at her company, because remember, she made that promise twice. Once in 1999 and once in 2023. So this is also a good way for Konoha 2 to keep up on her promise, because I imagine she would feel a bit bad about that. Oh. And again, because this is around the time of December 22nd, 1999. Because Konoha 1 has left already at this point, she no longer has to worry about creating time paradoxes. This makes it that finally they can start to work on a game together. Because again, now she no longer has to worry about running into herself. So that's that plot thread taken care of. But I think it's a fun one to go over, you know? Okay, so like, here's a bit of here. Konoha and Toya have a lot of fun developing a Bishoujo game together. However, the lingering shadow of the success of The Last Waltz is bothering Konoha. So this part I mainly want to be, hold on. I want this part to be like a slice of life section, right? Just a regular SOL one of Konoha and Toya. Maybe like something easier to take a break from all the time travel stuff. Just focus on the game dev and just like be a sort of callback to the earlier episodes of the anime back when it was just about game dev and not all this time travel sci-fi shenanigans. However, the lingering shadow of the success of Last Waltz is bothering Konoha too. Konoha, right? Because remember, because in December 22nd, 1999, Last Waltz is released and it's a big hit. It is a big hit already at that point in time. So Konoha then has to fight against her past self, which then gives her a bit of stress, right? So I think that's also pretty interesting. So, okay. Next part. Konoha sees how much fun Toya is having making a Bishoujo game together. Konoha feels really bad for having to leave her and spills the beans about her being a time traveler and needing to avoid a bad future. Because I feel like all this stress piling up, I feel like she would be a bit more honest with Toya after being her friend for quite a while now. Maybe a year at this point. Like for Konoha, a year. For Toya, it's been like, what, 10 years? 7 years? Yeah, 7 years. Either way, they connect a bit more. And she spills the beans to Toya. So she does have to, because she says it, Toya's kind of sad about this because Konoha would have to leave again at some point. Right? Toya is initially very sad over this as well. It's the bad future that Konoha suggests. Because Toya is also shown to love Bishoujo games, right? Toya absolutely loves Bishoujo games. Right? Just as much as Konoha. Mamoru doesn't care much, but Toya certainly does. So she would also be very sad about this bad future that Konoha would suggest. So, okay. Toya makes the argument that even if the things I hold dear takes off, that it still won't guarantee that the Q future won't happen. And Konoha knows deep down in her heart that this to be true too. Because, let's be honest, if they just just one game. Like it has changed the past before, but I feel like it would take a bit more than just one game to fix things the way back they are again, because you know, like you need a bit more leverage, I feel. I feel like this is just maybe putting my personal opinion on it, but then again, that is this entire stream about. Okay, so like Konoha then apologizes for using Toya as a stepping stone, and they decide to use the game that they have been working on to change history instead. They'll still publish the things I hold dear. Konoha makes a USB of illustrations and stories, because remember, Konoha is an artist. She is an illustrator. And she stores all the memories from the Bishoujo games that she loves and remembers, and entrusts Toya with making sure they are created by either her, Toya, or by others. So basically, Konoha would be entrusting Toya to make faithful adaptations of the stories that she loves. Which I think is really sweet, because that way, like, Konoha can still be with Toya in some sense. In that can be like, or at least what she likes can be with Toya in some way. Okay, so like, here's the final part. Konoha and Toya finish the game that they have been working on. It's a success. They give each other a heartfelt goodbye. And Toya says she still wants to make more games. Konoha says that she will have to wait a very long time, 23 years. But Toya is fine with waiting that long. I think that's a pretty sweet way to end it. Okay, so like this all takes place in between the time skip that was gone over in the final episode, right? That we did not see, but I think that we can absolutely use to get through this, right? So okay, so like now we are back to the fixed future. Konoha appears back in the fixed 2023. Remote culture still exists. Last Waltz was released. Things Held Dear was released. Game that she and Toya made together were released. All the games that Konoha loves are released. So it's like a happy end though. So this is where Konoha hugs Mamoru and are glad that she hasn't forgotten each other. And then like an older, and this is fan fiction again, which is like where an older and happier Toya and welcomes back Konoha too. I feel like that's a better way to end it, because that way Toya isn't forgotten about. So this is my plan, jokingly calling it 16-bit sensation Underlayer Part 2. A bit of a nod to Back to the Future Part 2, because that's also like going back to the events of the original series, but from a perspective of a new time traveler, and also because they have to fix like a different future. Yeah. So like I think that's my idea for it, my initial idea. So like that's the story, right? But because this whole thing, this whole franchise, it's not just about it's not it's like, okay, this whole franchise is pretty unique in that it is about game development, and because it is about game development, and I also work in game development, I've been thinking that I can actually make it a bit of a game as well. I can make it in a visual novel style as well. So this is a bit of a mock-up. Hold on, let me just... This is a bit of a mock-up of what I had in mind for how it would look. It looks rough as hell, but basically you would have the buttons here for like load, save, and skip and auto and all that. You would have that over there. Let me just biggen it a bit. Yeah. So like, because it's the project, I want the VN, I want the fanfic to be a VN, right? Because I really feel like this would fit with the themes and the aesthetics of the show. Because show itself also has like pixel art like this. I hope YouTube allows that, but it has like pixel art in the ED, and it uses it quite a bit throughout it. I think we'll be fine. But so like something like this. This is not from the show, but this is kind of the aesthetic that I want, right? Like very much 16 bits. Like you have 16 colors here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 12, right? 13. At least 16 colors here. So I think that aesthetic would be nice to put in the game, in the VN. I'm just gonna hit record just in case that YouTube fucking censors and nukes my VOD. God, I do not want that to happen. But okay, yeah. So like, I used the PC8, the ending art as references. I used the PC98 art style because it's quite nice. And like, just in case you wonder how it if I have made anything, this isn't from 16-bit Sensation, but I have actually tried to make something in PC98 style before. It's this sprite of Nagomi from Akiba Maid War. As you can see, 16 colors are being used here, and it's all pixel art. So I'm definitely like, I am capable of this. I know I can do this. So I know I can do this. And look, right? They even have like, okay, maybe ignore that, but it has 16 colors being used. I can show right now. What the fuck? Oh, right, wrong layer. It has 16 colors. Bam, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Exactly 16 colors. So I know I am capable of doing this. So like, that's some art that I want for this project. Now I also have already made a few sprites for Konoha. Oh yeah, I feel like this is also official art from the show. Also very good reference material here. But like, yeah, I have made some sketches from Konoha and Toya. Here's one of Konoha. I haven't made it into pixel art yet, but I'm onto that. I want to do that. Here's both of them. Right? Okay, here's Toya, 1999 version, and here's Konoha. The reason why she doesn't have twin tails is because in the 1999 one, she admits that it is cosplay. That this design, she admits that it's cosplay. And like, I feel like she has a very, her design changes a lot over the years. Like, she starts out with long hair, glasses, and she gets twin tails, no glasses. Finally, bob haircut, still no glasses. So I feel like this would be a bit of a combination of all three designs here, where you have the bob haircut and no glasses, but you still have the more sort of conservative dressing of her 1996 appearance. And yeah, you have like the bob haircut from 2023, and you have the twin tails from 1999. So yeah, I'm planning to use this sprite for the 1999 version of Toya because she's out of cosplay. And like this one for Konoha. Again, this is all work in progress stuff that I want to convert to pixel art later on down the line. Yeah, okay. What I also have in mind is that I would have the menu songs play that that I would actually use the ED from the anime and the OP from the anime in the game, but covers of it. Now I can't show them because YouTube is really picky with copyright stuff, even covers, but here is a proof that it exists. This is made by someone else, and like yeah, the idea is that I would then like use the OP as the main menu theme and the ED as the credits theme. The OP is completely chiptune. In the anime, it's like half chiptune, half traditional digital music, and in the ED, in my version, the OP is completely chiptune, right? Because I feel that would work well with the aesthetic. So, and then as for the ED, we have the original version is like a it's again it's kind of traditional J-pop stuff, but then my version is a cover using Vocaloid Kagami Rin. Um, the yeah, both of them aren't made by me. I commissioned the ED one with Kagami Rin. I can give the file to whoever wants it. I could show it off, but I am gonna be a bit careful here with YouTube because YouTube being YouTube. And the OP is made by someone else. I bought the sheet music for it. I put it in a program. So like, and I made the whole like cover of it. As for the rest of the soundtrack of the game, it's a bit. I haven't gotten that down yet, but I am planning to do that later down the line. We'll get to that later on. Yeah, okay. And I've actually done a bit of programming as well here because it is a VN after all. I'm using Godot for the programming. So this is also a bit of a devlog. Hold on, let me just turn off paint.net. But like yeah. Hope that okay. Let me just add it. I can catch up on some messages in the meantime. Okay, nothing new. Um, okay, Paint.net, just change it to Godot. So I'm gonna make my avatar a bit smaller too, so you can see the VN better. So okay, here's the here's the proof of concept for the menu screen. I think it looks rather good. And of course, like the OP would be playing during this, but again, I don't want to get copyright straight, so you have to just settle with silence for now. But like, yeah, this all works. Hold on. It all work. All of this stuff works. Like, you have a little soundbite, and the options menu works. Yeah. Like, okay. This is all. The fun fact: this is actually based off what the end card for the anime looks like. The next episode part. I can show later on. I can show right now. I'll try. Um, switch over to Paint.net again. Let me get to the thing here. So this is what the anime end cards would look like, right? You have it's all like based off a retro PC, I guess like a terminal. Here you have like the title, and here you have like what episode it is, and here you have like menu shit. And so that's what this that's what the that's what it's based off of. This menu screen right here. And again, it all works. You have like reset data, language settings. I haven't made a Japanese version yet. I do want to make one because it would be fun to like get this out to Japanese people as well. Effects, we have particle effects, scan lines filter. They don't work yet, unfortunately, but you have like audio settings, volume, window resolution. It's this weird resolution because PC98 games are all in this weird resolution. And like here, screen type. Basically, I want to put as much attention to detail to this as possible here. Make it really look like a lost PC98 game. And like here, if you have like the loading screens, quick brown foxes, because I haven't really implemented the script yet. I'll get to that later, and like the art is a bit crap as well. That's again placeholder art. Okay, so like again, here you have a moving like background. I think that's pretty nice. A lot of PC98 games have that. So I want something like that, similar, but with like clocks and hourglasses, because I feel like that's what really would be fitting to this being a time travel sort of story, right? And then the other thing that you hear is like this beep 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 beep, right? That's like taken from Ace Attorney, completely different genre, but I like I like it when VNs use this beeping instead of voice acting. I think it works particularly well with retro style VNs, you know, like Endless Monday, or like with Valhalla, or I guess like coffee talk. Yeah, it looks like that. So yeah, it looks like that's the save function. It works, but it's all still very work in progress. A lot of stuff doesn't work yet. Skip doesn't work, backlog doesn't work, auto barely works, but I can get this stuff working. I need some time for it just. And I think like, yeah, you can just return the title. And again, this art is taken from the anime itself. It's not made by me, but I did make the particle effects over here. So this is just a proof of concept to say that this definitely exists, and I definitely want it to be a project that I want to work on. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna cut that out. I'm just gonna cut that out, maybe also delete one. Okay, don't worry about it, just cut it out from the VOD. Alright, so like, yeah, be careful with this. Be careful with tabs. But like, yeah, okay, back to the thing. Back to the project. So like, that's the art. That's the story overview. That is the programming. And that is the music plan right there. Now, I actually have a bit of story as well, commissioned from someone, but like it's like taken from my initial idea, but she made a bunch of changes. Some I like, some I don't like. Some that I like, some that I don't like. The person that wrote it is called Ashley Zheng. I commissioned her on Fiverr. She has made a bunch of like Centauria fanfics before in the past. So like, okay. What my plan is that I'll go over and give it a bit of a rundown. Like this is the scenario, a bit of a rundown of the scenario and my opinions of it. So okay, I'll open up a new tab on that. Um, I really gotta be more careful with like my management of tabs in OBS. Okay, so this is the basic. Let's get this started. Right, this is the basic scene idea. She called it 32-bit sensation. I think that's a pretty cute idea, right? So okay, so like the stuff that I like is that, for example, Konoha. I'll give a bit of a spoiler here, but Konoha's game is not accepted because right when she tries Konoha's game, she wants to try publishing it herself at first, but a lot of people reject her because a lot of people reject her because of Ichigaya, and that guy is the scammer from the Depth arc earlier. I think that's also a pretty good callback to it. It's in the manuscripts. I'll go over it later. Hold on. Shooting star scene, basically a scene where Konoha really inspires Toya, and like a shooting star forms in her eye. and which is metaphorical for like the company that she starts, also called Shooting Stars. That's from the anime. Again, something I really like. Mamoru's letter just being a photo. Again, this is what I like because it doesn't give Mamoru so much heavy weight on his shoulders. And then and it can get that envelope mystery sorted out too. Konoha feeling guilty after how she treated Toya. Again, something I feel is much needed in the anime. Maybe aliens related to AI and the time paradox. That's what I also like, right? Like the time paradox stuff being used and aliens being related to the development of AI. What I don't like so much is her going off rails in the later scenes. For example, the stable time loop is made accident instead of on purpose. Well, I wanted the stable time loop to be a complete accident, something that Konoha just says, "Oh shit, I caused it a time loop." Oh well. But because like Toya, obviously she wasn't gonna. She was already developing a company at the point in time, but Konoha encouraging her to do that, that creates a time loop. I know that's probably very confusing, but basically Toya, she did that in the original timeline, and then Konoha encourages her to do that in the altered timeline, so it creates a bit of a time loop here. So she does that on accident though, in my idea, but actually she made it more on purpose. And then another thing that's kind of a problem is that a later scene is not a time loop, so that kind of makes a problem. That kind of presents a problem. And then yeah. Okay, this one's a bit minor, but well, Toya needs to be sad that Kona once tells her that she's gonna live for a long time. Is confused when after Kona tells her it was only 5 minutes. Again, this was a bit of a comedic scene I had in mind because in universe Konoha 1 would tell Toya that she would be gone for a long time. And then in the fanfic Konoha 2 shows up 5 minutes later and then Toya's like, huh? What? She doesn't know that Konoha 1 and 2 are separate Konohas, but she just thinks, well, huh? What do you mean long time? It's just been 5 minutes. So that's a bit of a funny thing, I think. A bit of a time travel joke there. Okay, SOL scene. I think Ashley kind of wrote a bit of a mid SOL scene. I think it can be done a bit better. Konoha's flanderization. She doesn't know King Ma. Yeah, I feel like in the fanfic Konoha got a bit flanderized. You know, like she's a bit too stupid. But I can try to fix that as well. And then Japan, this is a really minor detail. Japan does not have fireworks on New Year's Eve, right? They have a silent New Year's instead. So, okay, I can go over it for a bit. So, this is where we have where she goes back to 1999. And then, here we have some references to series from that point in time. It's fine, it's some exposition, some introduction. And then here you have we can't accept this. This isn't genuine currency. This is because the physical currency in Japan has gone significant changes. This is a pretty funny change that I think the author wrote. I think this is pretty fun. But then she opens up her bag, and then she like she opens up her bag, and then she finds some more money that is from Mamoru. But then okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a bit of a break. I need to take a breather and some water. I'll um I'll leave it on the timeline here for now. Again, I'll be back in a while. I just need to take a bit of a breather. Okay, I am back. So this part is gonna be a completely different part of the stream. and one that I presume is gonna be very long because the amount that has been written in here, the word count is like 20,000 20,000 words. Let me check. No, not 20,000. 40,000 words. Almost 50,000 words. Almost fucking 50,000 words are in this commission. And it originally wasn't going to be that long. It was originally just going to be 7,000. Then it got bloated up to 15,000. And then the writer, she just decided to make it like absolutely massive, like novel length. And now there's like 50,000 words over here. I'm not gonna go over everything, so I'm not gonna go over everything here. So like, I want to just do a brief recap of every scene first, and the stuff that she changed, the stuff I like that she changed, and the stuff that I don't like that she changed. I'm not gonna go over everything, but I'm gonna go over a recap of chapter 1 to 6 out of 10, and then maybe do a live reading of chapters 7 to 10 and give my opinions on them as we go. So strap in. it's gonna be a ride. So like, yeah, basically here she travels back in time I'm just gonna okay. Yeah, she travels back in time. She finds that she needs to have like the proper currency, but all Mamoru gives her that currency. The future Mamoru, he gave her that currency in her bag, so there's no problem there. She stays in 1999 she finds like a place to stay in 1999. She goes to like Mr. Donut. It's a shop inside the anime. I'm not sure if it's a real shop or not, but it's in the anime. And then like here you have a sort of flashback again to what happened in the anime. And then okay, and she basically is like, oh, I need to do this so this stuff does the Q future does not happen. No, that definitely certainly cannot happen. So that like yeah, it just so basically changed the future, right? So that's a bit of a recap in scene 1. Scene 2 is her going on with like again, it will be much easier. I could talk to Mamoru, Kaori, and Meiko. But she can't, and I like that the author put it in here. She needs a direct competitor for it. So like, okay. Okay, now this is what I really like. As you can see, as you remember, let me just close some tabs here. Let me just close some of these, the unnecessary ones. As you might have remembered, after 3 years of absence, Toya meets with Konoha 1 again at some point in time. Now this scene, scene 2, is written from the perspective of Konoha 2 as she looks at Konoha 1 and Toya talk. I really like this because it gives her a bit of a new view on how she was acting. So like, yeah, here you have that conversation And like, yeah, you look way different from back then. So I'm a little busy right now, see you around. So this is like at the beginning here. Here's where Konoha 1 runs off, and she just doesn't think about it. But then Konoha 2, she looks at it and she thinks like, oh damn, I treated her terribly. Like she can now actually look at how she treated her, and she realizes that damn, she treated Toya terribly. So I feel I like this thing that I like this change that the author made here. And like, yeah. So that's a good change that I like here. Because it gives a bit of characterization towards Konoha, right? That she wants to fix things, not just the future, but how she treated others. Okay. So okay, that's scene 2. Basically, she sees Konoha 1 and Toya talk to each other, and there's the whole exposition about time paradoxes and needing to avoid that. Now, as for scene 3, this is exposition on like why Konoha develop can't publish the thing, because Ichigaya, the scammer from the Debt arc, like that happened very recently at this point in time, right? So everyone is now distrusting that Konoha actually made the game from the future. Everyone thinks that she's a scammer or that it's stolen assets, and they're like, "Are you sure you didn't steal this from a gaming studio?" Or they're like, "Oh, this is just malware." Like, right? Like, that's suspicious that someone would just give all their stuff towards a random company. So like, no one trusts Konoha at this point in time. Which it just completely breaks her. Like she has no idea how to fix the future then. Just absolutely no idea. And then like it's still being developed. Like that's at that point in time. I feel like this um well, never mind, but like you see that no one trusts her and she needs someone to publish the game for her. And she like sulks about it inside of a cafe. She like rants about it to herself. I feel like this would be in character for Konoha. And then like she actually sees Toya outside, and Toya is like, "Oh shit, it's Onesama. It's Konoha. Why is she crying?" And then to- and then like Konoha wants to say like, "Oh no, it's not me," but then like she's just like, "Oh fuck it, it is her," because Konoha still wants to avoid time paradoxes at this point, but she's now pulled into it so far that like that she can't like avoid it at this point, and she's just so done that she tells Toya about how she can't like find a developer and all. So like Toya and Konoha, they have a bit of a back and forth between one another. Konoha unloads her issues onto Toya, and Toya really sympathizes with her, especially the because like Konoha is the person that encouraged Toya to engage more into her otaku hobbies. as well. So Toya, she talks to her about this, and she has like at this point you have like I don't know where it is, but at some point there is like a shooting star in Toya's eye, which is really cute because it's like but because it's like symbolic of what she's gonna start and what Konoha means towards Toya. I feel like it's a really cute idea. Let me just find it somewhere. Let me find it. Yeah, they have a bit of a back and forth. It goes on for a while. Might trim it down a bit, but we'll see. There's a lot of visual information in here too that I will like adapt in like via in like art instead of writing. So a lot of this is just naked stuff. Um, let me. I'ma just find it with finding page. Nope, it don't work in here. Yeah, here, like, the scene cuts to one of Toya's eyes brightly, making it detailed as if, if possible with a shooting star through. This is really cute. I really like this idea. And I will go through with that, right? So like they go back and forth and like they have a bit of a back and forth in the cafe which like annoys some of the customers. I'm not sure if I want that in the VN because like I feel like it kind of undermines their personal talk. So I might cut that out too. But again, okay, she shows the game to Toya. I don't know if I want this. So she shows the things I hold dear to Toya, right? I don't know if I want this. I feel like she maybe should keep that a secret or maybe only bring it up later that she wants to use Toya as a vehicle to sell to publish that because Toya at this point she just thinks, oh, Konohashi wants to make a game, it's not done yet, but it is in reality it is already done and Konoha needs to find a publisher. But then again, her showing this towards Toya, it also might deepen some connection. But I don't know. It's something I'm open with of changing. Okay. Sorry, Kira, but I need to go. Thanks for the stream. See ya. Okay, no problem. I hope you have a nice day. Um, I'll go through the rest here too. So like, yeah, she shows her the game in Ashley's version, but then like, and then like, they have a bit of back and forth again. And they like talk with one another. They like make a plan that she should make a company. I feel like this also should not be something they plan, rather something that Toya gives as a surprise towards Konoha. Because that way you can still have the or sort of admitting this to Konoha 1 in December of 22nd of 1999. It can still be a sort of surprise to Konoha, and then like, but Konoha is like, she already knows that it's gonna happen, but it's like an accident. It's like she makes an accidental time loop here. In my version, she makes an accidental time loop. In Ashley's version, she makes a deliberate time loop. I don't think that's as strong. I feel like an accidental time loop would be funnier and more in line with Konoha's character. So, but yeah, I do like that the whole shooting stars bit. That is very cute. I think that is very cute. I feel like and I feel like, yeah, like them having it back and forth is a good way of getting that across, planting that idea into Toya's head that she should make a company. Okay, scene 4 start. Here's where we take a bit of a break from Toya to then focus again on Mamoru. It's been a while since we talked about him, but it's that guy, the... Hold on. It's this guy over here. Right, remember him? The one that only cares about PC98? Yeah. It's a bit of a callback to that again. It's a bit of a callback. Scene 4 is a bit of a callback to him, and where Konoha gives him a letter, where like, which he gives him the letter. Remember, like at the ending of the anime, Mamoru gave Konoha an envelope that she was supposed to give him to his past self. Now, in this scene, she would give it to him, his past self. They have a bit of a back and forth about changing time again, and here you have that Konoha gives, like, she gives Mamoru the envelope, but we are now shown what is inside the envelope. And it's just... hold on. Let me just cut through this back and forth. So like, it just... hold on. Where's that line? Anyway, it's just a photo of them at Comiket. Right, like it's just a photo at Comic Mart at 50. And it's just nothing else. So basically, the envelope's a red herring. The fanfic turns the envelope into a red herring, and instead it's now just up to Konoha and Toya to like change the future back again. Mamoru is kind of out of the picture here, which may upset some people, but you know, like he's not ignored, he's just kind of... I feel like it makes more sense for him because again, he just cares about PC98 stuff. He doesn't care about Bishoujo culture and all. So I feel like this is a good way of like admitting that. Okay, so he might come back later to help Konoha again, but he might not. I don't know yet. Scene 5. Okay. This is an important scene, I feel. This is supposed to be... this one right here. Oh wait, hold on. I don't have Paint.net open. It's supposed to be this one. Right? Right after Konoha-1 leaves, Konoha-town talks to Toya and keeps up on the promise of that. So she remembers. So my idea is that once. Okay, this is not in the. Hold on. This is not in the story. This is not in the scenario of here. But my idea would be to. It would be to have like Toya suddenly remember. No, no, no. It would be like after Konoha 1 leaves, Coast is clear, right? This kind of creates a ripple effect in Konoha 2, where she like suddenly remembers all the things that Konoha 1 went through. The whole Q future thing, the whole like getting kidnapped, the whole alien stuff, all of that. So like after that she experiences that, so like, oh, that must mean the coast is clear now, or she discovers that like Konoha 1 is now gone and there's no more problems with potential time paradoxes, which leaves her free to make to publish her game with together with Toya. And then like, okay, so here you have. So again, that's not in the game in this, but here you have the yeah, here she like jumped into Toya again. And the idea is like here is like she says, "Oh, I'm gonna be away for a long while." Then like Konoha 1 says, "I'm gonna be away for a long while." That is like sad about that. Then Konoha 2 comes in and it's like 5 minutes later and it's like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna be away for a long while. Now never mind that," which like confuses Toya. This is not in here, or ratherly, it's the events have changed in universe, so she no longer talks about like be going away, but rather just she talks about something else. I feel like this should not be there. It should be more a fixed time loop scenario where the contents of Konoha 1 aren't affected by Konoha's 2 actions. Yeah. Where Konoha 1's actions aren't affected by Konoha 2, and that the conversation between Konoha 1 and Toya is the same. This isn't the same here, and so like so you don't get the fun sort of misunderstanding. But I feel like this is where it goes a bit off rails. I like some most of it of this part, but here it goes a bit off rails for me, and it's not even the time loop thing that's the problem. It's stuff that comes after this that is the problem. So the author kind of, yeah, she made a lot, but she also went off rails, and I feel like I should fix this if I want it to be like what I want out of this VN. Um, so, like, yeah. This is where that happens. They're like, they want to make games together. She gets a flashback from. Konoha gets a flashback from Toya about that she wants to make games together. Here, I really like that. right? Like she should definitely get that flashback and that feel that guilt set in, right? That guilt that presses her to not publish the things I hold dear, but to actually make a game with Toya in 1999. That guilt should really set in after getting those two flashbacks and like really affect her from what she does afterwards. To really try to fix things with Toya over rather than fix the whole world first, right? Okay, so that's where scene 5 ends. Scene 6, this is supposed to be the SOL scene and also the a different flashback. Okay, so in here you have a bit of a back and forth about how Konoha doesn't know who King Midas is, which I feel is a bit of flanderization. Like Konoha is not stupid. Maybe she's a bit of a airhead, but she isn't like academically stupid. So I feel like I feel like it's just kind of weak as an SOL scene in general. I wanna redo this or maybe just change this altogether. Like they have a bit of a back and forth and they go like sleep. Oh yeah, here is where Toya actually gets a bit of a okay, this wasn't in my original plan, but it's something that I came up with later. It's that Toya has a sort of premonition dream of like the actual 2023 because like in Japanese culture if you have a dream on New Year that like tells something about the future and because it's a dream about the new millennium I feel like that would be extra much telling on the about the future. So like Toya because this is like December of 2000, right? It's a bit of it's a bit of a stretch, but I think it's nice like politically. Anyway, so like Toya gets a bit of a premonition dream of the actual 2023 and how she is there. It's a bit of a flash forward or a flashback too to the how Toya feels in the 2023 that Konoha abandoned back in oh hold on. It's a bit of a flash forward to the 2023 that Konoha abandoned this timeline over here. Like you don't know what's gonna happen over here and to the Toya in this timeline. And I feel like this dream is a good way of addressing that as well. And I know that's a bit of a stretch, but I think it can be possible. This is kind of where like the aliens come in too. They don't give Toya a time travel box, but they do kind of like maybe like beam her up or something. And then like you get the point of view from 2023 Toya from like the bad 2023 that is how she feels fucking awful about it and then she gets like and then 2023 Toya gets like visited by the aliens, and the aliens they give her another chance to go to go like to go back, and they give her her own sort of time travel box. This time it's a time travel box of the last waltz, ironically enough. So like because it's that, she then like the 2023 version of Toya, she then travels back to 1999, which then kind of merges her consciousness with the 1999 Toya. Which I know it's fucking weird as hell, but like, so like 1999 Toya, she has the memory. She has a lot of the memories from 2023 Toya at this point. Not all of it, but she has some of them in form of a dream. So she knows a bit about the Ku future as well. So, like, I know it's a fucking stretch as hell, but it's also a way to make the 2023 version of Toya happy, rather than just the 1999 version. I know they're the same character, but I feel like after like 23 years, she also, I want to throw her a bone. Okay. So, like, all of that happens inside of a dream, and like Toya wakes up. She has some of the memories from 2023 in form of the dream, and like 2023 Toya disappears from her timeline, right? So, yeah. Yeah, here she meets with the aliens, Echo, they're called. And they give her the box. They like throw her a bone, right? They give her a second chance to do things over again, and like merge her consciousness with the earlier Toya from 1999, and then she gets to keep some memories as form of that dream, but it's ultimately still the same Toya as 1999 Toya. I know it's a huge stretch, but and probably a bit too much, but we'll see how I handle it. Okay, that's scene 6. Okay, now scene 7, 8, and 9 I haven't actually read yet, so I was thinking of doing a live reading here, s to give my opinions on it right off the bat. But I need to take a piss first and a bit of a break, so I'll be back right there. Okay, I am back. I'll start that live reading now. Scene 7 start around Akihabara Station, around Chodori Myandai Myojin Dori. Afternoon, January 2000. So, okay, after the school is officially back in session. Scene opens with school bell ringing. The end of the day. Again, this is not what I had in mind for scene 7 initially. Let me try to get my doc file with my plan here. Right? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, so like okay, I have a bunch of notes with changes as well. I'll go over those later. That changes from scene 1 to 6. I'll go over scene 7 right now though. If I only can find my my plan. I'm a bit scatterbrained today. But hey, I'm glad that I'm at least doing this. I feel like I needed to do this long time coming. I was originally gonna do it 10 days ago, but I was just not in the mood. So yeah. Let me just go to fucking Fiverr. Check my original plan. We'll be fine, I think. Okay. April. Come on. Okay. Let me just open the docs file. Oh, where are you? What do you say? Sorry if it's taking long. Just okay. Sorry if it's boring. I'm just trying to get stuff done. Okay, so okay. Um, 7. Last Waltz is Shadow. Konoha sees posters of the Last Waltz all over town. Hearing rumors of anime adaptation and English localization, sees cosplayers of the characters. While on one hand she feels flattered, she also feels like its popularity is a ticking time bomb and feels more pressure to release the future alcohol soft game. Things I hold dear in order to avert the future. That's my original notes, right? And my original notes say 1,500 words. Yeah. Okay. Let me just check up on chat here. Got ahead off the bed now. Thanks for stream. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for joining both Trebolto and Yune. I'll try and go over the 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 rest of it now, keeping that in mind. So, like, yeah, she hears rumors of anime adaptation and Lingus localization, right? And she's cosplayers and all. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Okay. So let's keep that in mind, right? After the new year, school's back in session. The scene opens with school bell ringing, signaling the end of the day. 3 students emerge from the gate, their scarves trailing behind them in the cold winter breeze. They wear their jackets snugly, their black Randall-Seru bags hang from their shoulders. As they step on the busy salt walk towards the electric town, the air is filled with chatter of their peers, all buzzing with energy after the long holiday break. Classmates spill out of the school building, their voices blending in a cacophony of excitement and laughter. Some students engage in lively conversation, their breath forming clouds in the crisp air as they share stories about what they did during the break. Others walk briskly, huddled towards the giggling, they felt like lively back on the screen. Bunch of descriptive stuff. Yeah, it's a moment of spiritual. Zoom in on high school student 1, female, and the two friends, high school students 2 and 3, were males. Hey, you got to stay home and play Last Waltz during New Year's? How lucky. Right, okay, so this is clearly being told from a perspective outside of Konoha. I feel like that's already a bit of a problem of going off rails, because this isn't about how successful it is, it's about how its success makes Konoha feel anxious. So, right off the bat, there's already a bit of a problem here. But let's take a look here. Preferably they can believe at times to find a girl who plays Bishoujo games and admits it proudly. I like that, but I like this sort of exposition here. Yeah, I don't think we need this. I think a lot of this sort of non. I think a lot of this verbal exposition should be done visually instead. And a lot of it is unnecessary. Like, this is unnecessary. So, okay. Uh-huh. Well, that sounds stuff. It's the state of Mochi's. It's just some SOL stuff, but this time for like non-Konoha. Okay, so the rest was placed in the shop. Take sales, practically lost myself and played the last ones with good cakes. That's fine again, but we need Konoha in this. It's just okay. I won't say every line, but I will say some lines that are important and I have stuff to say about. So just go and read silent from now on. I'll go highlight it though. Okay, here we go. So the last was getting an anime adaptation. This is pretty important right here. Though they should really tell it towards Konoha. I feel like this scene so far should just be written with Konoha in mind so far. It really went off track. It's mainly exposition that we don't need, but again, Konoha needs to be in the scene. Okay, this is kinda dumb. I feel like this shouldn't be something that a Japanese person would say. Like, they wouldn't say waifu, they would have their own term for it. They wouldn't say that, but then again, that is kind of the Americanization of it. But whatever, we'll get through it later. We'll just ignore this for now. Okay, now we're getting interesting. Including a familiar dark navy-haired woman with light peekaboo teal hair and tucked underneath it who had been listening the whole time. Okay, so Konoha does turn out to have listened to this. Listen out to this. Okay, that's fine. Though I still feel like it should be from the perspective of Konoha, not from the perspective of the not of the perspective of the high school students. Okay, camera pans down Konoha. Kisato, her side profile illuminated by the soft glow of the window. Outside the tree, high schoolers can be seen running past their laughter, faintly audible through the glass. Konoha lets out a heavy sign. Setting down the game she was playing and pushing her hands into her pockets of her bright yellow puff jacket. Okay, that's good. Was worried for a while there that we wouldn't have Konoha within this scene, but she does appear just as an observer. Okay, that's fine. She headed outside. As we gaze from the background, we saw a colorful menage of individuals gathered outside. I can feel like this would be best to describe in visual format rather than in verbal format, but we'll see. This is their favorite heroine that our heroine knows too well. That's a fun line. That's a nice line. I like that line. Good line. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, here we have it. We have the where they see like that Konoha is the developer here. No way, are you? It's practically almost tackles and hugs her. Guys getting significantly it's practically blinding. Nona Nonaka-chan. Konoha freezes in her walk, slowly gesturing their attention towards them. Okay, so they basically don't acknowledge Konoha like I thought they would. They would acknowledge each other cosplaying, which is more exposition. That's fine. So we'll just continue from here on. Okay, I'm from America. Okay, good one. Good line. Here you can kind of see the international influence from The Last Worlds. Yeah, good line. Let's continue from here on. Konoha stops breathing altogether. She whips her head towards them, not even trying to help find it anymore. A sense of horror fills her. Yeah, that's accurate. But she knew the Q future with America taking controls and America flying to fit with their audience. She didn't expect it will be this soon and it would spread this quickly. After all, it meant the Q future, something she had been so long denying to herself was just around the corner. Good line, okay, that's good. Gets the idea across. Been less than a month since the launch, so she thought she had a bit more time. Okay, good. Okay. Um, speak Japanese so well. More exposition. Okay. I don't know if a cosplayer would say this, but I feel like this should be a different line. Maybe something like, I want to show this back to my people at home and make an English localization of it. Right, okay, so here she feels like stomach churning. We, the audience, don't get to hear it before. Okay, that's fine. But again, this needs to not be as much verbal exposition as much as it needs to be visual exposition. That's a good one. I like seeing all the different heroines from the Last Waltz in universe. That's a nice touch. Seeing more foreigners. It's blowing up in Japan and America. Let's go. That's fine. That's some fine exposition. How many pages have I read anyway? Um, about 10. Okay. So a fifth of the way there. Okay. Gonna spending out. She sprints down and turns down a small alleyway. Okay, this is a bit over the top, but whatever, it's fine. You can have. I think it's fine. Like Konoha is like in distress here. She is in horror. She is feeling horrified. She is feeling all that pressure. So yeah, that's fine. This is a disaster. Complete another disaster, and it's moving faster than expected. Good line. Oh, this is fun. This is a funny line. This is how people would like the Attack on Titan. Demon Slayer Jujutsu Kaisen felt. Better and the posters are plastered everywhere like the propaganda. Oof, how can we how will you ever recover? But yeah, good line I feel. Very good in term for Konoha. Live action serialization, yeah. Um yeah, this needs to be a bit more elaborated upon about how the live action English serialization would be produced. Maybe say have it said by the cosplayer that, oh, I wanna make a, I hope they're making a live action series of it or something along those lines. Something like, oh, I want to take this to Hollywood or something like that, you know, like I don't know, something that just shows how popular it is. As well as America already wanting a piece of it. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, I think like that's fine. She did have a small part of her was happy, flattered to see how everyone was enjoying the game she had made. After all, creating a game that had been her lifelong dream, as far as she can remember, filled to the brim with original characters and plot. Good, good sort of good part as well. Shows a bit of her like how far she's gone. Yeah. What person wouldn't she be if she didn't get the status as a creator? Yeah, that's fine. This is supposed to be Konoha 2.0, not 1.0. Oh no wait, no wait, I'm wrong. Yeah, she never saw how many people enjoyed her creation. Yeah, they really needed to. Yeah, this hasn't been shown to Konoha 1.0. They did. As the maker, she felt great fulfillment. Like she had created something special, meaningful. She's surprised how quickly because people can make cosplays in a few weeks. And her favorite keychains here in the bag. Yeah, this is fine, but again, I feel like more visual exposition, less verbal exposition. How many pages of this scene? Okay, just one. This is good character development. So yeah, gonna have one, never wants her friends to feel the weight of expectation looming over her to produce another big sensation like The Last Waltz. Especially now, as she struggles to clean up the catastrophic mess that she created. Mess that threatens to propel them both into a bleak and uncertain future without they even knowing. Yes, good line, good line. Yes, another good line. Her feeling a lot of regret for her actions. Hell, somehow the thoughts of losing her life and the betrayal in her face hurts to imagine more in the future. That's strange. This is a good line. Love this line. Really shows that character development from her. Yes, this good line. Not only that, but good line, good line, good line. Do I even deserve to be her friend? Yes, definitely a good line, this one here. Very regretful, very... She feels very, very much like, very guilty, yeah. Has been plagued by a relentless gnawing guilt. Yep, leads away from her from the inside out, a constant reminder of the terrible secret she harbors. As someone from the future sent back to the past. Yes, yes, yes. Every moment she spent working hard to grow the company and create a game with passionately serves to amplify the gut-wrenching guilt that weighs her down like a leaden shroud. Great stuff. The darkness and the deception casts a shadow on her every move, clouding her thoughts and suffocating her with the heavy weight of a hidden ulterior motive. Great stuff. This scene is pretty good so far. I think maybe the starts a bit off weak, but it does get the point across very well here. Yet, what would happen to the future if she were to tell someone else? Okay, she flickers again. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's scene 7. Not too bad. Not too bad. I was afraid that it would go more off rails again, but it stayed pretty on rails so far. Let me get my notes back up. Um, Let me just get my notes. Few seconds, few seconds. Few more seconds. Okay, yeah, Konoha sees posters all of Last Walls Over Town. Well, one hand she feels flattered, she also feels like the popularity is like a ticking time bomb. It feels more pressure to release the future alcohol soft game in order to avert a bad future. Yeah, it went over it pretty well, I'd say. It didn't go off track at all. But again, maybe a few changes here and there, just some minor ones, like the foreigner cosplayer maybe talking a bit more subtly about how the whole, like, how it's a popular thing in America and they're hoping to make a dubbed version of it or something like that. Like, yeah, a few changes here and there, but overall pretty good scene. Gets the point across very well. Now, okay. Let me go over the scene 8. This is the important scene. The important scenes are scene 3, which I call Indie Grievances. Scene 5, the coast is clear. And scene 8, ensuring the change of history. So, scene 8 is another very important one. So let me go over the summary for it first. But let me just first check how the fucking stream is doing. I get a bit anxious myself. Okay, we are about 3 hours in. Not too bad. But yeah, I can continue from here on. Okay, let me just pull up scene 8. Ensuring the change of history. Eventually she tells Toya about how she's a time traveler and how the cool bad future that will be created and how Moe will disappear if the future game, the things I hold there, doesn't get published. It feels bad about using Toya as a stepping stone to get it published. Toya feels really sad about this fact as she both holds this Rojo deer and also doesn't want Konoha to disappear yet again. Toya argues that just one more game would prevent the coup future. Something that Konoha knows deep down in her heart. After Toya makes Konoha realize that she has no way to make one game is enough, Konoha breaks down into tears and blurts out the games she will miss. Makes sense. This brings Toya to an idea. They can use Konoha's memories to make sure those games still exist. Perhaps then, in combination with releasing a future game, they can make sure the Q future never happens. Toya sadly accepts that she just accepts being a publisher for Konoha's future game. And the game's from her original timeline. But then Konoha remembers how much fun she had creating the game with Toya, how it itself can stand against the Last Waltz. Konoha says no, let's use our game, and this warms Toya's heart, and they'll use the game that they're developing to change history with first. And then they will still publish the future game later. Konoha writes and draws down all the memories from the visual novels and Bishoujo games that she loved down on a USB. And she gives it to Toya to entrust her to faithfully recreate them. Or have others recreate them in her new timeline, both to ensure that the Ku timeline never happens, and that the games from the original timeline still exist. Okay. So, okay, sorry for that mic problem. Okay, so big scene, right? Big scene. I mean, it is called ensuring the change of history, so makes sense. It is kind of like the climax of the whole story. That is, scenes 9 and 10 are more just um, what do you call epilogues? Like Kono had disappearing and her reappearing again. But we'll go over scene 8 first, the important one. Okay, let's fucking go. Okay. Scene 8 start. Shooting Star headquarters. Morning. Again, that's Toya's company. Morning, February 14th, Valentine's Day. Scene opens in the small cozy office of Konoha and Toya, the founders of a golden game development company at the heart of Akihabara. Their three new enjoyments went them with a light smile and each brim with excitement and passion for their work. I'll go and select them again. And again, if there is an important line that I have a comment to make on, I'll go and give my comment on it. But for most of it, I'll just keep it silent. Okay, so again, they're publishing it here already. And I feel like it should be more of a twist that Konoha wants to publish it with something that Toya doesn't know, which sounds really confusing, but like I don't know. I feel like it would be something that would be for the best. I don't know yet, but this is definitely something that has changed from the original thing that I had in mind here. Okay, this is fine so far. But again, I'm not sure if I want Things I Hold Dear to be released first or Konoha and Toya's game to be released first. Because, like in the original idea, Things I Hold Dear would only be released later, not first, like in here. So that is definitely something the writer went off rails with. We'll see though how she'll handle it. This is a good exposition. Again, Konoha wouldn't be able to reach Alcohol Soft after the huge hit of the last Waltz. I imagine they would be very hard to get hold of since they're like fucking big time celebrities now. This is good. This is again good. Toya is worried about how if Konoha wants to leave. That's a good sort of line here. Again, Toya has been really working hard to build up shooting stars, and last thing she wants is Konoha to leave now. So good that it's good that it's like haunting her in the story. And again, this is good. Toya becoming more inquisitive about Konoha, though this feels kind of like it comes out of nowhere. Why would she be talking about her dream very suddenly? But it is good to have it in there. Maybe just have it a bit more fluid, fluidly, like bring her mind, like what causes her to think from this to what causes her to think about this, about the dream. Maybe make a bit more of a. It should be a bit more fluid, or like, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit more slow transition towards between those two, or there should be a bit more of a better a connection between those two is what I mean. But okay, yeah. Again, good that she's getting more inquisitive here. uh, this is funny. This is funny. Windows errors blue screen of their flights inside your brain alongside a small loading card. Funny gag. I like that idea. I like that idea of using like that sort of that sort of joke. Konoha's practically spat out her drink. Good, again, good joke. She thinks she might have also been met with several system errors in her brain. I love that. Very boyfriend to me. Love this part. It's so fucking funny. Like it's really like fitting towards the anime as well. Yeah. So good stuff. 110. Okay. But I guess someone in our field won't want to get us, huh? Looks like a nerd. That's Mamoru. Yeah. Light bulb inside her head. I mean Mamoru-kun, he's just an old colleague that I love local stuff. We're just catching up. However, little did she know that it was more than just catching up. Oh, okay. In fact, it's the very reason that propelled her to do what she had to do today. It had to be today before she chickened out. Okay. Another flashback. This time to February 2nd, 2000. Which should be when which should be after the, like, which should just be like after New Year's month or so. Let's go read through this. Okay, I don't think she needs to tell Mamoru that she's going to tell Toya that she is a time traveler. I think she should just spill the beans directly to Toya, not talk to Mamoru first. But let's see where this goes. Oh yeah, that's the Glenn Faulkner. That's the Donald Trump parody. CEO of Planet. That's the American guy, the big bad of the future, so to speak. Star, even worse. It's released on Valentine's Day. I thought it was released on New Year's or at Comiket Winter 1999. I feel like that would be more in character, but I think Valentine's Day. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. The Last Waltz that was released in Comiket 1999 Winter. Things I Hold Dear, hitting Valentine's Day. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But then again, depends on whether we want this one to be released first or the game from Toya and Konoha. Him just being okay with it, that's pretty funny too. Chibi version turns into pure stone and a little bit crumbles in the process. Pretty funny gag. Alright, is this the same one with Progestator with renting the future while also preserving anything else about local stuff and work for? Who are you? What have you done to Mamoru-kun? Better yet, what exactly did future Mamoru-kun say to make him so pliant about something like this? Surely, it's not because he doesn't care about the future now that he will become big. What about the future of the PC-98? Okay, yeah, that's fine. What I did here, that's Mamoru only received a photo of everyone together. Gonna have for me the circle at Comiket. The director for the scene would like to write. I think this is a fourth wall break, but addressed directly to me. The director of the scene, okay, that is me. I don't think I need a translator's note here. Yeah, I don't. This is not necessary. Thank you for giving me this, but I don't think this is necessary. I think people will know what a circle is and what a doujinshi circle is. No translators, not necessary here. Okay, let's see here. Why argue when you've already made up your mind on this? That's a good one. That's also a good one, good line, like. But then again, I don't know how much Konoha should talk to Mamoru. I think it might be fine. Might be fine for her to talk like one more time. So total she talk like 2 times to Mamoru in this story. Not including the flashbacks and the flash forwards in the anime. Feels wrong to keep this secret any longer. I don't want to lie to Toichi anymore. But I'm not sure if that's the thing right to do. Right thing to do either. The more people who know about the future, the more out of control it can get with how unpredictable it is. So what am I supposed to do? Okay. In character for Konoha to be worrying about this. Loud whale noises. Okay. Just tell me your plan. Last time it made Plant Game Japan create cybernetic intelligence and have the most creative, amazing, passionate, spontaneous people sleeping in pod chambers to create more games. Gonna have to imagine what kind of horror this new future might await her this time. Again, fuck AI. We hate AI. Fuck AI. Fuck ChatGPT. Not to mention she doesn't have another dual either. Nope. And that gives her like this a lot of pressure. It's a good place to put this sort of mid-story. You know what? Oh yeah, he doesn't know what that is. That's funny. Yeah. That's funny. I like that line. That he just doesn't know and she just rambles about this. I mean, what if it doesn't make the future worse? Is this what you're supposed to do? Yeah, I feel like maybe this exchange, well, it is fun, it does go on a bit, and it might be a bit pointless. We'll see though. We'll see. Oh my god, it does go on. Let me just... Okay, just turn off the mic for a moment. Yeah, that's a good line. This is our event, like time travel could happen to me. Good line. Eh, again, good back and forth. Good back and forth between the two characters. Oh, good sort of reference to earlier parts of the anime. Good stuff, good stuff. I like this. This isn't so bad so far. Only this time. Damn, that's a good line too. This is really good scene so far. It's really, it's really nice. I like it. The author is doing a pretty good job. Pretty surprised. Although, again, few off-track things, but it's going pretty well. Just in the original one, I didn't know how to appreciate our friendship. And in the process, she got hurt because of me. She had to sacrifice so much when she got older when she was looking for me. And I left her as well in this life. That really, really, am I using her again to publish it? Isn't that just cruel? Very good character development here. Excellent stuff. I love it. Very good. Sniffles, and before long, large fat tears roll down her face. Okay, just had to check if the stream was doing alright. I really wonder how I could visualize this. I think I really have to go like deep in the emotional range. I think I could do it. A lot of body language would be useful for this sort of stuff. For the variety of emotions here. And again, the writer has made a lot of good cues here, like good visual cues in the description. So I think it can definitely be possible. See, it takes a good cry to feel a sense of peace. As he watches her, he silently hopes that he can find that peace within herself. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Ooh, oh yeah, she glitches when she, like, gets out of there. Okay, um... oh yeah, he'd be shocked at that. You're facing out of this era's existence. Okay, I read it as Arrow first, but apparently it's Era. But that's fine, okay. Excellent stuff. Oh, excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Just love how, like, Mamoru is taking a supporting role to Konoha here. Between Konoha and Toya's friendships. Excellent stuff. I love this. They really, like, oh man, this, like, if they want an anime, if they did a season 2, I'd want this sort of relationship between Mamoru, Konoha, and Toya. Oh, yeah, okay, this. I forgot to mention this, but this is another sort of plot point in the story. It's that when characters like are very passionate, they have a sort of glow to them. Then this is from episode 13 when you have like when like Konoha is being rescued by the aliens, like there comes all this creativity that emits out of her, out of as like glowing sparkles and passion, like it's passion that emits this sort of glowing sparkles. But then and like this story elaborates a bit further upon this, that characters glow when they are like being very passionate about something. It happened to both Mamoru before, and to Konoha, and to Toya. So I feel a bit mixed on it, but I think it's fine. Maybe it should be a bit more of a visual thing rather than a verbal thing. Yeah. So like yeah, this is something that happens before then. Yeah. This is so fucking cute. I really like this. The three older individuals. What? Who? Who are those? Yeah, okay, maybe that's a bit too much, but whatever. That's just some visual flair. There's the crazy girl I know. You're cool there. It's cool there, but whatever. Oh, got new message. Let me just end this flashback first, and then I'll take a minor break because my god, this flashback has been going on for a while. And then we're at half of the stuff I've yet to read anyway, or more like a third, 2/5, 2/5, between a third and a half. So like, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I like this part. Like, that's own character for Mamoru. Oh, undo that. What's this? I don't know what's this about. Uh, this is fun. I like this. A good callback to the first scene. I like that. That's a good. That's a good moment. That's a very good moment. Yeah, that's good. Okay, end flashback. Let me just catch up on this key. Discord. Fuck. Did I just seriously call it Disky? God. Okay. Anyway, good moment. I didn't think I wanted that, but I like it. It's good. If I if I could find a way to include it narratively, I will include it. Maybe trim it down a little bit, but it has some fun moments and it has some real hardcore moments too. It's a good scene. Good scene within the story. Okay. Um, I'll do the rest soon enough. I just want to take another minor break. I know I take a lot of breaks, but bear with me. I've been streaming for what, 4 hours? How many hours? 3.5. Yeah, okay. Um, so again, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's just get through the last part of season of chapter 8. Let's continue with it. And then, okay, like second half of chapter 8 first, then maybe chapter 9 and 10. 9 and 10 should be pretty short, all things considered. Um, and then I have my plans going forward. Like what to change, how much to write it, and so forth. As well as any questions and such. So I'll just continue for now. Boom, tab, okay. Okay, so end flashback. She bouts loudly, jolting Konoha back to the present day. It's just a colleague that's so boring. But makes sense why he looks familiar. Cheer up, speaking of which, make some cookies for everyone. Yeah, just some regular SOL shit. Sorry. I'll highlight stuff again and again. I will talk when I have a sentence that I have something to say about. Yes, very good worries from Toya here. She's worried that they're not gonna build a game together. That moment was a bit pointless, but whatever, it can be cut out or changed. Huh? Okay. Three recruiters are kind of pointless. I think I might cut them out or cut their lines a bit down. But yeah. Why does she say this? I feel like this is not that good a line. I don't know about this line. But let's continue. This makes sense though. Like, it's her feeling like she might lose her. Okay, that is very clearly something that you need to make a CG of in order to properly convey like the visual here. Oh, poor Toya. Poor Toya. Damn. This is heavy. I'm sorry for not saying anything. I'm just very immersed right now, which speaks for itself. It's really good stuff right here. You're really immersed in the characters' perspectives. So, I think the writer has done a pretty fantastic job on the scene so far. Okay, yeah, now she slits the beans. It's out. It's out, alright. Tension in the room was palpable, and heavy silence stretched between them. Each passing syllable seemed to drag on forever. And neither Toya nor Konoha decided to break the static silence in the air. Uncertainty and confusion clouded their thought, leaving them at loss for words. Konoha's declaration that she was a time traveler had caught Toya entirely off guard. It's not the kind of revelation everyone could have expected to mention him. It's what she. So the conversation was hidden. As she blinked in disbelief, Koya wouldn't have told her head to the side, trying to understand what she just heard. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect reaction. Gravity of Konoha's words weighed heavily on her, leaving her at a loss for words how to respond. Time traveler? Oh, I love that line. That is so funny. It's like it's so on character for Konoha. Yeah, here we go. Now this is actually why. Remember that dream that she had? Remember that premonition dream? Konoha mentioning this is what like causes her to believe Konoha being a time traveler. At least that's my idea. Her eyes stare wide at Konoha's eccentric nature screeching at the same time she didn't know where to start with what she said. And yet she stand doing the exact phrase she heard Konoha said several times. And then here I guess she would explain what that would entail. A lot of exposition here from Konoha, but that's fine. I mean, she is explaining to Toya, who doesn't know this. The OC, original Q, but also known as cute in America. Sure that the cool. Combating. I think that's not a word. Combating? Also, I feel like she should say that the last Waltz is made by Alcohol Soft. She should say that at some point, maybe like, oh, the last Waltz, or like, the things I hold. I mean, like that the things I hold there is made by Alcohol Soft. Like maybe she says something like, oh, um, I'm lying. I've been lying to you. I haven't made the things I hold dear. And then Toya asks Konoha, who made it instead then? And then she's like, then she spills the whole time traveler stuff over there, which Toya has a hard time to believe, but because she had that dream, which seems awfully similar to what Konoha is saying, she somehow does believe it. As she speaks, have little memories fade in and out of taken out from episode 10. Time slot. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try to look those up. Yeah, all the games that have now been westernized. Yeah, that's a funny idea. Toya would be in complete shock. Yes, she would be just completely confused. Something got onto her attention. Maybe she would even think that Konoha is like joking at first. Until she says like the word ku, which she has vivid memories from that dream, which is like, oh shit, what is that? How does she know about that? Right? Like then that's the one that like snaps her into like, oh damn, maybe she's onto something. She stares at her, trying to continue to piece everything as it's coming down. Wait, you're some from timeline 1? Yes, from timeline 1 where I didn't know anyone from Alcosoft or you, because I wasn't born until after the 2000s. I think Konoha would be born in the 2000s, but whatever. Like, whatever minor detail. You can just change this to 1990s. Or just 1999. And it wouldn't change that much. Oh, damn, that's sad too. Oh, that's so. Oh, that would be sad. It's sad. So this is timeline 3 technically. Yes, timeline 1 would be. Let me get that paint. Nah, I don't need. Uh, or maybe I do. Okay, so timeline 1, our timeline. Timeline 2, cool future. Timeline 3, how the anime ends. And what we are currently at. So this is timeline 3 technically. Konoha nods. As the camera fades in what we see Konoha finally sitting down with Toya to discuss the intricacies of her past from timelines 1 and 2. She starts by recounting her origins in timeline 1, describing the world that she came from, what she did, her dreams and the game she got there. And the game is there. Moving on to timeline 2, Konoha vividly paints a picture of the chaotic future she found herself in, where everything was in disarray and where she was forced to navigate a hostile environment because of the Q future. Sorry for the mic. Okay. She tries not to dwell too long on the evilness that Toya-chan from the alternate timeline has done because of Planet Game Japan. Yeah, Toya in timeline 2 was a bit. She did some bad shit, but I think like in that world, um, I think like she still kind of deserves to have a bit of a happy ending. Future future Toya still deserves to have a bit of a happy ending despite the bad shit that she did, the evil stuff that she found herself in doing because of the world that it turned into and because of how Konoha, how she hadn't like talked to Toya in years. I feel like that would really have like impacted Toya as well. But yeah, she tries not to dwell too long on that. Understandable given that Toya is that you wouldn't want to say that to Toya, what evil stuff you do. These passing moment, Konoha dives deeper into the events that led her from this current moment to timeline 3. She explains She explains how she had to endure hardships and make difficult decisions to survive and ultimately find herself there. Sitting with Toya, finally being able to share her story. She speaks, flashing images and snippets of memories flood the screen, adding layers of complexity to her tale. Alright, Toya listens intensely, absorbing every detail as she begins to understand the depth of Konoha's journey and the strength she possesses to have come this far. Then, Konoha finally informs her of what she is set to do in this timeline, saving the future and befriending a coup one. Sorry for using you as a stepping stone. Yeah, she should be, and she should be like also saying that she's sorry that she'll be going away again. Feel that like that should also be added here. Yeah, and I feel like because she had that dream, it should be the one thing that's like makes it all make sense to Toya. Because why else would she have that dream? Why would Konoha know all this about her dream? I feel like that's a real like that's the moment where she like thinks, oh damn, maybe there is something true to it. She struggles to process what she always heard. Toya can shake the feeling that is not gonna have to lie. Everything about her friend's story seems so meticulously thought out and genuine. It's as if Konoha has laid out a puzzle before her that she can't ignore or dismiss. Okay, we're now at 3/5 instead of 2/5. Pretty far. How many pages still left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pages left of this. Alright, how many have we done of this chapter? 1. Oh, no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 23. Okay, so just 12 left. Alright, just a third left then. Not too bad. Okay. I wanna check on stream health though. "4 hours busy." And let me just check my scores. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry again. Um. Okay. Let's continue. Let's try to get these 12 pages down. Honestly, it is pretty heavy to read all of this. Both in narrative and in like words. I'm not a big reader, but I do want this. I do want to read this. So okay, let's continue. A mixture of disbelief and growing sense of curiosity. Toya lifts her gaze to meet Konoha's eyes. She finds herself searching for any hint of deception, but also sincerity and vulnerability. At that moment, Toya makes a decision. She chooses to trust Konoha and the unbelievable story she just dared. After all, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. ACE. 2 hours of detailed explanations. Oh yeah. Supporter Hadar trying to express every thought and feeling to her, but now faced with those 2 words, she doesn't know how to react. She sits there, unaware, unsure what to say next. Konoha can't help but acknowledge the possibility that Toya might not want to be her friend anymore. And if that is the case, she knows she will have to accept it. The idea of of losing her friendship is a painful thought, but she can't force her either to stay. In fact, Konoha does understand. How can? I, I think they mean Toya does understand. But whatever. We'll see. Oh, oh, this one. Oh, this is a heavy line. That's a heavy line. Damn, that's a good line. Oh my god. Like, oh, this exactly gets across this. Like, she wants to do that. She wants to make a game with Konoha. She wants to do that, like, and she feels so fucking, like, heartbroken by the fact that Konoha lied to her and used her as a stepping stone. That is that's great. And she, like, there's all this time travel nonsense, but that doesn't matter to Toya. All that matters is that she wants to make a game with Konoha. Great stuff. Fucking 10 out of 10. Couldn't have written it better myself, honestly. Great line. Great line. Great line, man. Oh my god. Hits me right in the feels, all of this. It hits me right in the heart. God damn. I wanna get this. I wanna get this off the ground. Tears break the ground. Oh yeah. Oh, so over here she realizes that she's from that dream. What did you say? Sniffles once more, tilting one hand to the side. So his heart thumps erratically in her chest, the rapid beats echoing in her ears. She processes Konoha's last words. Her hands tremble slightly as she pieces together the information Her face paling as the truth sinks in. She stares in disbelief and I'm unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Surely not, right? No way. Yet she still has to ask. She feels like the puzzle is finally coming together. You said Echo? How does one man have white hair and the other green and rough haircut? And his eyes widen. Yes, wait, but how did you... No way. Dun dun dun. She also knows them. Oh, and the Echo are the aliens, by the way, just in case that was confusing. I think I might have also possibly traveled back in time like you. Eh? Great stuff. Great stuff. And with that, Toya explains her dream during New Year's, which felt so real, but she hadn't thought about much before. Gonhead sits in stunned silence, her eyes widening as she listens to Toya's recount of her dream, which involved Toya being trapped into the older. Yeah, okay, I don't know about this, but I might just scrap this stuff. But I would like Toya's dream to be like, you know, how you don't have a control over your dreams. You know how you don't have control over yourself in your dreams. That's just that. This shouldn't be included, but whatever. It's like, yeah, she gets her dream. She she listens to the account of her dream as she continues describing the event that unfolded during Konoha's time travel to Timeline 2. A realization dawns on Konoha. Puzzle pieces start to fit together, and she realizes that Toya's dream perfectly aligns with the event that Konoha experienced when she traveled back in time and learned much about what happened after Konoha returned to this timeline. Similarities are uncanny, and they both conclude they may indeed be time travelers. However, there is one critical difference that sets them apart. Toya may have forgotten the details of when Echo sent her back in time, using the limited edition of The Last Waltz. The possibility of them both being time travelers and the mysterious workings of time travel makes them feel both, leaves them both feeling astonished. The implications of their newfound realization weigh heavily on their minds as they contemplate the depths of what they have experienced. Yeah, they're both time travelers in a sense. You're also a time traveler, Toya-chan? I'm not sure, but it would make sense. I think that we're both time travelers. What a small world we live in. Like, she's in the time traveler, I'd say, but more like she has the memories of her future self, if that makes any sense. She has some memories of her future self. Like, yeah. Like, they appear in a dream. Yeah. Not sure how she would explain that, but that's kind of the technical way of it. But yeah, in no sense, they're both time travelers. Somehow its craziness, chaos, and madness make Konoha laugh. Konoha's overcome. Oh yeah, now it's more lighthearted again. Konoha looks over to Toya, still grinning from ear to ear, and quickly shakes her head again. How cute. Feels like fate that we couldn't have. Not to mention, and I remember promising to make a game with you. It's because of our love of making a game together. To keep on under promise that we're here now. Isn't that crazy? Like something from a Bishoujo game, Toya-chan. How That's very cheesy, but I like it. It's fine. She has a flashback. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is another part of the anime again. Okay, 15 pages left or so of the story total, and what 7 pages left of the this chapter. Yeah, I can do that. All right. But really good stuff so far. Yeah, I was really worried that she would have gone off track, but she really stays on track through this whole chapter so far. Maybe a few exceptions, but they're there for a good reason, for the most part. Like, yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Toya-chan, do you want to come with us? Oh yeah, this is the flashback Akihabara, the large open field from episode 13, night 2023. Ten long years, more like 20 long years. But yes, 20 long years. Oof. How sweet. Oof. But like, yeah, this is something she actually said in the anime, which is what makes it very heartbreaking. Yeah, yeah, you can really feel like this is painful, and not in a good way. This is where the anime went off rails. But this fanfic, it really fixes things. It really is fixing things right there. I'll call you with oh, that's so fucking. Oh, that no one hurts. Because she can't call her. She's not in that reality. That hurts so much, man. Fuck. But yeah. In this timeline, I hope stuff will be fixed. Oof. Okay. Aw, how cute. I'd love to see a hug like that. So fucking cute. Oh. Aw. Yeah. Your hands are on Konoha. Like, she's talking directly to, like, both versions of Toya at that point, right? Both of the 2023 version and the 1999 version. It was just said when I couldn't find you. Can go somewhere else when I can't find you anymore, okay? No, so cute. I wouldn't do Pinky Promise, but I would do something similar for like Japanese concepts. So cute. Yeah, they both make mistakes and they both have a way to grow as characters in this, which is great, you know? Together. Konoha smiles. Together. Tapping her finger from the bottom chin. Though, is one enough? Oh yeah, this thing. She freezes. Is one game the things I hold dear going to be enough to stop a future of that magnitude? Her brows bump together. Of course! And her tiny body skills. If it's just enough. Ah, is what enough? One game enough? So that's what Mamoru had been wondering about before. Deep down, Konoha had always known it wasn't enough, but she was in denial, refusing to come with terms with it. Yeah, you have to do a bit more than just one game. So our main hero, we engaged the Toyara heart, which was starting to lighten up just now that the weight has turned from to be prepared fully, has grown heavy and damp again. The tears she thought had dried up from the previous hour and threatened to spill up once more. A sharp prickling sensation burns in the back of her eyes, and her trembling lips betray her inner turmoil. Damn, man. Her body shakes and quivers with the overwhelming sense that maybe, just maybe, their efforts to save the future aren't enough. Each moment feels like a dagger to her chest, threatening to shed her fragile hope of having a future where everyone's future from all stuff is still saved, and stopping the future simultaneously. In that moment, the reality of her broken bond hits her like a tidal wave, and she struggles to hold back the floor of tears that threaten to consume her. That was good writing. It's very good writing, man. I really like this so far. It's really good. And it stays on track. It stays on track. Excellent. So, like, okay, just 11 pages more. She continues to stare at Toya while shaking her head in denial. I mean, it has to be, right? No, it has to be enough. She sobs, fed tears roll down her face, the cycle of crying and running. However, take this. Oh yeah, okay. So like, it's more light-hearted this time. But it's a more light-hearted worry, I guess, than the other one, which makes sense. I mean, like, one was about their whole friendship collapsing, so that's a heavy subject, and this is more about just one game being enough. I feel like this is definitely more. This story is definitely more about their friendship. However, to make it, yeah, she continues to shake her head wildly and blur out all the games she misses. She don't exist anymore from her original timeline. For a moment, Taya thought she might be speaking in her tongue with random words and phrases coming out of her mouth. But if someone had known then anyone had to be Toya. Those games that came out later on. Okay, so like I want to kind of have more in-depth, like more in depth about what game she would like. I guess like Clannad, Little Busters, Deed Steins Gate, Necopara, obviously. What are some other popular ones? Uminego, maybe? Higurashi, probably. I don't know. Either way, lots of Bishoujo games, stuff like Fate Grand Order, even Madoka Magica. You know, stuff that Konoha would be into should be blurted out by her about what she misses. And it should be more presented in dialogue rather than just skipped over like it is over here. Are those games gonna come out later on? Yeah, from Timeline 1. Some games started to disappear and the studios never existed or went anywhere because of the existence of the last waltz. So no one will experience the joy of my favorite Bishoujo now. I guess it's going to die with me. Seeing Konoha so dejected made Toya's heart ache. Yet suddenly, an idea strikes Toya. Without pausing to explain, she seizes Konoha, the wrist, and guides her over by the table. With a sense of urgency, she pulls out a stack of paper and a pen, eagerly spreading them out of her. Konoha, taking the best by the certain burst of energy, watches as she settles in her chair with a wide grin, ready to dive into whatever task lies ahead. She ends up fan to Konoha, grinning from ear to ear. Well, why don't we use your knowledge of those games from Timeline 1? Take those ideas from those popular games and everyone else loves. And we can make something similar. Perhaps then in combination with the future game's release, we can ensure that the cool future will never come to fruition. Konoha couldn't believe her eyes grasping. Will that really work? Can't say for certain. But it's better than to just let the cool future potentially come, right? Don't focus on the what ifs, but on the what ifs, the present. And you don't have to worry about finding another game studio or publisher. I'm fine if you still want to use Shooting Star for all future game releases from your original timeline. Silence follows as Konoha looks at the blank piece of paper. Okay, so basically she would then like give all the ideas, give all the games that she loved, all the ideas, she would give those to Toya. And Toya would make sure that they would exist, that they would come into existence. 9 pages left. For a moment, she doesn't say anything. No. No, don't you want to publish with... Gas quickly manages... No. I don't want to publish any games under Shooting Star. I mean, I don't want to rip off the hard work of other studios to ensure a future doesn't happen. It's probably idiotic to think this way down. this way with so much on the line, but it just doesn't feel right. And yeah, she would be right on that. Mayonnaise-sama for you. Besides, I can't help but remember how fun it is to brainstorm your game with you. All I have is a lot of ideas that will easily stand against the last waltz. We'll make our own game, with the games you miss as the building block. And it was that instead. Okay, hmm. Um, okay, we're late into this chapter, but here it goes off rails. Okay, my idea was originally that she would, they would make the game, they would make their original game. Toya and Konoha, they would make the original game. It will be their own thing. It will maybe have some tropes and character ideas from future, but it would be an original concept, right? And then afterwards, after the publication of that game and the changing of history that comes with that game, they would then publish The Last Waltz. And not The Last Waltz, I mean the things I hold dear, to make sure they're not just a flash in the pan. And then after that and after that, they would then like Toya on the Shooting Stars would make sure that all the games from Konoha's original timeline would exist. So Steins Gate, Little Busters, Nekopara, etc., etc., etc. She would write those down and make sure, and Toya would be entrusted to make sure that they exist in some form, right? So that's where it goes off track, unfortunately. But I must say, majority of this chapter went fucking great. Nothing off track until right here. So it's 99% good stuff. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's 99% good stuff. Here it goes off track. It needs to change a bit. But I think it's an easy change. I think it can definitely be changed. And yeah, we can do that. It warms Toya's heart tremendously. But what about my promise? Making a fun game together that is our own. We can give that in wait, no, you're gonna do it first thing, okay? Yeah, we do. Konoha-chan will make a game to change history and make Akihabara even more eccentric, cuter, and moe than ever. We go home until we have every game planned down and planned out accordingly. Yeah, something like that. Good line. I think there's end up makes her join in and she shoots up from her chair and places a ship in the there. Yeah, let's do it together. Scene 8 ends. Oh my god, okay, that was a good scene. That was very heavy, but definitely on track with what I have for the most part, like 99% on track. And like, yeah, it's good written. There's a lot of fun moments, there's a lot of deep heartful moments, there's some fun moments, and the characters, they have their good character development while they stay their own characters. So it's all good from here. All good except a few things which just need a little changing. Okay. So we can do scene 9 and then scene 10. It's very little. Scene 9 and 10 are again a bit more of the epilogue. This is more of the climax of the story. So let's just go over what I had in mind for scenes 8 and scenes 9 and 10 first, and go over stream health for a while. Currently at 4.5 hours, not bad. Let's go to the addendum. Okay, that was ensuring the change of history. Yeah. Chapter 9 is goodbyes. They finish their game and they give a heartfelt goodbye. They said she still wants to make a game with Konoha in the future. And Konoha says she will have to wait a long time. But Toya doesn't care. Even if it's 23 years, she'll still want to keep that promise. Yeah. So like, yeah. And then I'll go over the synopsis for scene 10 too. Konoha wakes up in the Alter 2023, basically the last scene of the original anime. And then right after, Konoha hugs the age of Mamoru, and Mamoru says, "Let's make a game together." Konoha remembers the promise she made towards Toya of the past and grabs her phone to call 2023 Toya. Toya is heartwarmed to hear Onemi-sama's voice again after such a long time. It's just that she'll come over immediately. Konoha saying to her, "Remember our game? Promise, let's make a game together." And the final CG showing adult Toya hugging Konoha. Yeah, that would be neat. But yeah, that's what I had planned. Let's just skip back to the manuscript. Okay. Again, we have about 9 pages. Not that far. Let's see how the epilogue is handled. Shooting Star Headquarters, the early morning before work officially starts. September 20th, 2000. Oh, damn, so a lot of time has passed since then. Yeah, originally I had just in mind to have it at like May or April, but September? That's pretty far. I don't mind it though. Like, I don't mind it at all. Is there Soliquoi? I don't know what that word is. An act of speaking one's thoughts and aloud when by oneself and regardless of any hearers, especially a character in a play. Edmund ends the scene as he began with a soliloquy. He did most of his city by soliloquy. Okay, so monologue. Okay. The audience is drawn into a visual journey filled with captivating still images reminiscent of Season 1, Episode 7's 5 final minutes. Yes, good idea on that. Good idea. Like the whole montage of game dev SOL scenes. The scenes come alive with delicate nuances and subtle motions, each frame telling its own story. Occasionally, brief moments of moving animation capture the essence of the character's inner turmoil. Well, that would be hard to do. These moments are not just about the character's actions, but about their raw emotions. There's no sound to distract from the intensity of their expression. Damn. Okay, no sound. Make the audience feel more connected to the protagonist's journey. Konoha's monologue becomes a mesmerizing tapestry of visual storytelling. Like the audience, delve deeper into the protagonist's innermost thoughts and feelings. showing how many months have passed, seasons have passed since then. Um, I don't know about this. It feels a bit much. I can try, but I'll try, but I don't think I can do all of that because it's like what the fuck is this? Like, I don't think I can execute this in visual manner, but I'll try my best. And I think it might be a bit too much, but I do like the fact that it is like season 1, episode 7's 5 final minutes. That's a good idea. Okay. For long, Shooting Stars took on the challenge of creating all the visual novels and visual games I adored from Timeline 1, which finished to Timeline 2 to the new walls. I had an unwavering faith in Toya-chan. Oh, so this is over like... This is like monologue on top of still images without soundtrack. Got it. Yeah, that's fine. But I still think that, like, yeah, they should first publish their own, the game they themselves, Toya and Konoha, make together, right? That should be the one that changes history. I don't know. I don't know if this is fine. I don't know. I don't like monologues. I don't like monologues. I don't think they work in terms of VNs. Not these types of monologues that skip over large amounts of time and address the viewer directly. Feel like this should be done in a different manner. Okay. Hexacore? Okay, I can accept that. Phasmatic hexacore. So many gaming companies popped up overnight, and we also lost competition. Johnny Field development showed you an anime even more. Great. Blink of an eye rather than pressure between Toei and me pumping out games to preserve it and ensure the cut timeline would never happen. Desire to make fun games together and new changes to the result it had one out. Okay, yeah, again, I don't think they make all games together. I think they just make the one and then Konoha goes back to 2023 and then like yeah, and then like Toya, she's on her own trying to remake the games from the missed out timeline that Konoha gave to her as ideas on the USB/paper. But that's fine. This is just the epilogue. It can be changed. It can be changed a bit. Film, however, all feasts end. This one's not gonna have barges at the Toya chat's office. Okay, hold on. Let me just open this key. Okay. Again, 7 pages. Konoha barges into Toy-chan's office, smiling so hard that her cheeks hurt, but she doesn't care. She throws herself into Toya's arms. To the next wheel of light, like a koala. Okay, like a koala. Konoha wraps the sound. She stickers back and waits, a look of surprise on her face. Her laughter rings out joyfully as she bangs her face and joys with her finger orphans. So cute fluff stuff. Okay, good. Oh, that's a cute visual. I like that idea. Finally, I'm gonna give him slap from Canon because what the Doki saying just initially because of the last boss publication. Now the legacy will continue on to live on the shooting star, and everyone will be able to experience everything and off. Maybe I can still be good future. I think that's Ava Funny. Can't believe it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Um, Konoha, you sure there only be 35 games total? Yeah, triple check then. Triple checked everything. Wow, I can't believe Office Time is finally finished. Again, they're not making all the games here. They're doing that later. They're doing that later, okay? They're now just developing the one game. Shooting Star, they'll make sure that the other 34 games, they'll come out later, at a later date. So, yeah, it went off track, unfortunately. I know, but it's supposed to we're practically releasing a new game every few months. Also, I guess they're like planning ahead. I don't know. I think we wouldn't need to worry about the good future with how popular it is here. From a quarterly statement. First, what is this? I don't know about this line. This is a bit weird. I wouldn't think what if except that they asked for the gaming operations to be retained. It could even trigger that feature. Uh, yeah, I don't know about this line. It feels a bit shoehorned in. Might might leave it out. Might change it. I don't know about how she handles chapter 9 so far. It's pretty it's off track and it's kinda There's some stuff that doesn't need to be here. But I'm just glad that scene 8 is like fucking 99% good stuff. Like I really wanted scene 3, scene 5 and scene 8 to hit hard. Okay? And while she has made scene 8 hit hard, it went a bit off track there, and it continued to go off track in scene 5. In scene 8 it hits hard again, even if it goes only a little bit off track. So yeah. Finally, it's finally over. At the exact moment, little shimmers of light begin to grow around Konoha. Appearing fluffy and soft, emitting a warm glow, the light envelops her entire body, causing it with a soft, radiant glow of colors. Konoha and Toya both grasp in astonishment at the sight, for Konoha tumbles back slightly. Konoha looks down at her hand, which, watching as the tip fingers slowly disappears as tiny flickers of light. Yeah, she's gonna return now. Toya is mesmerized, but she knows it's time to bid farewell. Konoha shared everything with her, revealing every little secret that has kept her tethered to this particular timeline. She takes in the spectacle, they both realize it's time to say goodbye. Okay. So this is it. So this is it, huh? Guess so. Guess my time is up here after all. I guess so. She guessed for a moment, needing to make sure I got everything before she heads back to this new timeline. You have all the games they gave you as well, right? In case you ever run out of ideas. Yeah, I backed it up 4 times. These have been in the safe where it won't be stolen for sure. Good, and you also know what not to get involved with. Or specifically, a guy named Glenn Faulkner. If you need out, yes, great, great, love that. Yeah, and Konoha will be fine. Trust me, the future's fixed. Okay, good. Konoha can see the determination in Toya's eyes as she makes a statement, even though she herself is not entirely sure. Something about the way she confidently speaks make her believe her words. Her strong conviction and resolve are infectious. And Konoha trusts Toya's instincts and judgment. While Toya may not have all the answers, she knows that with Toya's unwavering confidence they can overcome any challenge together. How sweet. So happy with you. Thank you for everything, Toya-chan. Oh yeah, I still want to make a game with you in the future. More tear come off her face. She looks like a chicken pecking on rice. Me too, more than anything else. But I'm afraid if you have to wait a long time again for that to happen, Toya-chan. In fact, it's going to be exactly 23 years. Want to be exact. I'm sorry. Exactly and exact. One of these needs to go. Because you don't say words twice in a sentence. That just reads better if you have one word in a sentence. Konoha's heart ached with remorse and regret as she reflected on the fact in the end she had failed to keep her promise to both original Toya and present Toya, even though they were one and the same. Yes, because of that consciousness merge. The thought of making her friend wait for 23 years before being able to fulfill their dream, reading a game together weighed heavily on their soul, like a heavy chain dragging her down in a pit of despair. Oof. Yeah. Although, again, because it got a bit off track, because in my original vision they would have already made the game, maybe she wouldn't have that, but I might also have this, I don't know exactly, maybe just... I think she would have fulfilled her promise, but she would still have very heavy weights upon her soul, so to speak. I'll have to think about that, but yeah. Realization of her failure filled her with a deep sense of sorrow and guilt. She had let down the one person who had always believed her and supported her unconditionally. The pain of knowing she could never turn back in time make things right, tore at her heartstrings, leaving her heart broken and lost in the sea of regret. Yeah, again, very heavy with this, and it does make sense, but I don't know if I wanted to go off track, so we'll see about that. She smells closing in the distance and putting the forehead under hers, breaking through her heavy thoughts. You don't have to apologize. I'll wait as long as it takes, Konoha-chan. Truly from the bottom of my heart. Aw, that's so fucking cute. Love that. That is so fucking cute. Love that. Konoha's physical form gradually disintegrates. She comes and mirrors her presence. Small, translucent figure devised her in a state she can't help but feel a surge of warmth. She catches sight of Toya's radiant smile. Shimmering outlines of her figure glow brighter in response to the expression. A flicker of joy dancing across her features while she witnesses her happiness. There around them seems to have the more exposition stuff, more visual sort of exposition. Otherworldly energy, sense of serenity developing in them as the simple moment, beauty of the moment. See you later then. It's a promise. Cute. I like I like that. Although it should again be more Japanese tradition instead of a English sort of pinky promise thing. Toya embraces her tightly at this moment as Konoha disappears before her eyes. As she nestles into Toya's arms, she feels a sense of comfort and security washing over her. Like a soft embrace from a loved one, looking up at the ceiling, she fights back the tears spill over. Determined to stay strong. With a trembling hand over her heart, Toya can feel the ache and loss of sadness pulsing through her. But she knows this moment of silence is temporary. How busy she starts is becoming, it'll be a matter of time before they meet again. By the time that comes, Toya will be the same person, will be the person Konoha will be proud to have by her side, no matter what it takes. As emotions swell within her, she takes a deep breath and allows herself to be in the present moment, finding solace in Konoha's embrace before and smiling fondly. See you later, One-chan. Ah, cute. At that moment, her first employees start coming in and Toya heads out to start the day. One day down, 8,394 days to go. Oh my god. I love that. I love this. I love this sentence. It's very funny and very like sad as well. Like, oh my god. A great sentence right there, man. Love that. Okay, scene 9. I'll go over scene 10 because it's very short. Inside of Miss Donut's same usual meeting spot. Gonna reopens her eyes, gashing. Okay, so now we're out of fan fiction territory and back into territory of what the original anime had its scenes in. So let me get that timeline list again. Okay. Now we are here, right? We are in the fixed future. We are out of 1999. Just so everyone knows. Yeah. Okay. So inside of his donut, same usual seating spot. Konoha opens her eyes, gasping. She looks around at the familiar surroundings from time to how the people into the scenery inside of Mrs. Donut. She briefly looks at her hand, opening and squeezing them shut. I'm back. This wasn't in the original series, what the hell? Oh, that's fine though, whatever. This is the Akiba I remembered. Well, not exactly. It seems the world has become even more anime, manga, and bishoujo based than before. Next scene will be exact replica of episode 13 from 18 to 49 to 15, from 18 to 22 to 15, out of 2339. Yep, that's what I had in mind. So anyone Memoricon asks if they will make a game that, rather than agreeing, she gasps. He quickly scrambles up. He sits a bit surprised and confused. Konoha? She's already scrambling with her phone inside her pocket. Give me a moment, Mamoru-kun. Her hands tremble and the weight of her motions makes it difficult to get a steady grip on her phone. It slips from her fingers and falls to the floor with a loud clatter. Mostly bending down, she retrieves the device and swipes away the dust now that it learns the servers. With shaky breath, she navigates to the contact that serves as her lifeline. Her heart panic to her chest as the number rings, tears flowing back into her cheeks, leaving a damp trail in her wake. Clicking the contact, the round of the second ring echoes in her ears, and she can feel her anxiety building with each passing moment. But then, a click on the call connects, and a small glimmer of hope fills her heart, tears streaming down her face. Konoha-chan? Feels this also voice with hope on the other side. Doi-chan, I'm finally back. It's so good to hear your voice again, Doi-chan. Konoha-chan, where are you? I'm with Mamoru-kun right now. Oh, perfect. I've been in contact with him all this time. I'll come over right now then. Yeah, let's finally all make a game together. Final CG shows adult Toya hugging Konoha tightly as the credits roll. And then thank you for playing scene 10 and... Well, okay, that's good. Okay, so first thoughts on scene 9 and 10. Scene 9 goes a bit off track, but I think I can fix that. Scene 10's good. No problemo there. But overall story, overall thoughts on the story. Oh damn, god damn, it's good. It's a good story. Like I was really worried that from scene 7 onward it would go too off track, but it only went a little bit. Nothing that I can't fix. So it's definitely possible, and I definitely want to implement majority of this inside of the VN. So it's very good. It's yeah. It's good stuff. It's very good stuff. Whew. That was good. I'd like to see that as an alternative ending to this. Well, not alternative, but let's say supplementary ending to the show, and made as a fanfic in like a video game format. I think if you make it video game format, it would be especially like fun because it's like it fits with the show. Okay, so like yeah. Let's go over some more differences. One of the general differences between the story that can be narrowed down to one scene is the flow of time. While Ashley does align the idea that it's set between May 1999 and early 2000, it's what scenes are set in that are different. In my version, only scenes 1 and 2 are set in the summer of 1999, with scenes 3 to 4 being set in autumn and scene 5 onward being set in winter. December to March, April, May. So, and in Ashley's version, it's indeed from February to the September. But in Ashley's version, scenes 1 are set in summer, and scenes 5. Well, scenes 5. Yeah, scenes 5 to 7, 5 to 8 are set in winter. It might seem pretty petty, but I think it's important to show how long Konoha had been trying to sell the things I hold dear through various companies and doujin methods and failing to do so. It's a minor change through the story. I only need a few weather season specific descriptions. Yeah, I think like that's a minor thing. Yeah, scene 1 in my initial idea, I had to say. I don't need to go over the rest, I feel like I already kind of went over most of the differences. I can tell them maybe later on, but I am already making this a very long stream already. I'm glad that I'm doing it though, so okay, so yeah, that's conclusions on story. So, okay. Well, I guess it is listed in my plan, so I'll go over them just real quick. It's just a few pages long. Scene 1. In my initial idea, I had this scene in mind. We introduced the situation and refreshed people's mind on the plot of 16-bit Sensation and what sort of character Konoha is. Sort of airheaded, which is why the original initial version had the idea for being a time tourist and enjoying the stuff that retro Akihabara makes sense, especially since she's been transported from the boring cool future. In Ashley's version, this shows a bit of technical detail on why Konoha's being able to pay for things like food and rent. Using being Mamoru, giving a period accurate money. This isn't bad though, it's one of those single short slice of life scene at Mr. Donut. But in my initial version I had some different locations in mind. But thinking about it more, I wouldn't make sense for Konoha to act like a tourist if she's been very serious in episode 13. Yeah. Third version, Ashley's versions. So, okay. Scene 2. So in my initial idea, so this is where after Konoha spends a whole week absent-mindedly in Akiba, she forgets the date and months she was sent back to. Only a week before time she went back to the first time, and then by pure accident comes across the first Konoha, arriving at Miss Donut, Back to the Future style. This really frightens her and makes her feel like she has to avoid any time paradoxes, making her go undercover and try to get more serious about finding a publisher rather than just touristing around. In Ashley's version, this is mostly unchanged, except how Konoha sees her first version talk to Toya in the alleyway scene, episode 6, which is which she can reflect on how rude of it was for her to ignore Toya like that and the aftermath of how it affected Toya. I actually really like this change. It shows kind of an internal growth from Toya and a good reason for why she warms up so much towards Toya later on. Again, yeah, preferred version, Ashley's version. In my initial version, this is okay. Scene 3. In my initial version, this is where Konoha, after a half year of trying to publish TTA HD, things I hold dear, just gives up and goes to a random cafe. Not Miss Donut. Yeah, that's a pretty minor change, but maybe one that I still want to, because I don't want to abuse the same place over and over again. To distress a bit and vent their situation by to herself. By pure accident, she runs into Toya, who's willing to listen to Konoha's indie dev troubles. This initially worries Konoha for causing any more time paradoxes, but she's in such an emotionally wrecked state that she just lets it all out on Toya. But she doesn't directly show her game that she's already made. Oh, might as well put them. Might as well put it over here. Okay, she's such an emotionally wrecked state that she just lets it out all on Toya. She doesn't directly show the game she's already made. Toya hears this and promises Konoha that she will help her out, but keeps the way that she'll help Konoha out a secret. After their meeting, Konoha thinks about this, remembers that Toya had a company called Shooting Stars and realized, oh damn, did it just create a stable time loop? In Ashley's version, the first line is completely unchanged. Konoha still goes to a cafe and suddenly runs into Toya with enters into her troubles. But Konoha worries that her frustration out, but the difference here is that in Ashley's version, Konoha takes Toya home to let her play a demo of the things I hold dear. And the two have kind of a heart-to-heart about how much they like it, and then Toya straight up admits that she'll make a company to help out Konoha. The ending, Konoha's very aware and happy that she's created a stable time loop. I feel like I very much enjoy the way that Ashley has written the scene. There should also be some secrecy and misunderstanding between Toya and Konoha. I also want to change Konoha's reaction after using a stable time look from being celebratory to being shocked. So I'm kind of on the edge of how much I want to change here, but it's definitely to keep the part where Konoha appears in Toya's eyes as a shooting star. It's just so good to keep. Another thing that's minor but I want to be different is the location. It shouldn't be Mr. Donut because I don't want to abuse that location. It's also not the same location as the restaurant Toya wants to go show as Konoha's episode 6, but that Konoha didn't have time to go to. Preferred version, I mixed Ashley's version, but should change some narrative changes for it to fit into the later story. Maybe, yeah. In scenes 3, 5, and 6, 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so lightning round. In my initial day, this is where after having successfully spoken to Toya in no time paradox is happening, Konoha feels a bit more confident in herself and she gives herself the letter she was supposed to give Mamoru. However, Mamoru is suspicious about it and won't open anything from a time traveler unless it contains anything that would seriously alter the past. Konoha then convinces him instantly that it's to the vital to the future of page 98, which is at which point he just accepts the letter. In my version, the contents of the letter are left unclear. In Ashley's version, Konoha has already given the letter to Mamoru in chapter 1, so Konoha goes there to check on Mamoru whether he actually got it or not, which doesn't make much sense. Mamoru is also now aware that this Konoha is the second Konoha. When in my version, he wouldn't know the difference and just assume that they're the same Konoha. This isn't really necessary anymore. The rest of the exchange is more or less the same, as Mamoru is suspicious about the letter and doesn't want to open it. But another difference is that Konoha just straight up told him about the details from the bad future it has created, which just convinced him to support Konoha. In Ashley's version, the contents of the letter are just a photo from Alcohol Soft at Comic at 99, which I do like because it shows how much more important the things I hold dear is to the past compared to the letter. My own version, I don't know about this. Feel like Ashley's version's fine here. So maybe change this. Okay, scene 5. I wrote the whole version of my own take of it. So I'll send that version. I guess I can go over that in another stream, just not this one. It's been long enough already. Long story short, Konoha sees a flash of images before her. She looks at the date. Oh yeah, this is the important one. She sees the same date as when she disappeared, figures that those flashes now mean the coast is clear, and that she remembers how she ignored Toya yet again in the first trip, so she dashes toward Toya, apologizes to a confused Toya, who perceived Konoha as she was going away for a long while, but where in Toya's eyes, where Konoha was already gone, only gone for 5 minutes. Yeah, that funny part. Konoha deals with this awkward comedic moment and shows Toya her determination, which shows up Toya right up again. In Ashley's version, it starts with about when Konoha realizes the coast is clear already and then walks up to Toya. They have the same misunderstanding, but here Konoha is pretending to be drunk. I feel a bit unnecessary. Still think that, yeah. But here the misunderstanding is played for drama instead of for comedy. Finally, one of the changes is that what Toya and Konoha 1 had been talking about is different from what they had already been talking about from anime. Yeah, so like, she already changed the past. It should be a stable time loop until that point. So, the conversation between Konoha 1 and Toya should remain the same, so that Konoha 2 feels like she has to fix that the older self. Cause Toya to feel unwanted, yes, definitely. I just feel like it would be more powerful than if the timeline is already changed at that point, yes. Preferred version, my own, some elements of Ashley's story are not the same, but I do want some changes made to be more comedic, and for the timeline to be unaltered until Konoha 2 speaks to Toya again. Okay, so this is a very different take. My initial version, I wanted to be a story sort of free sort of slice of life, seen as how it's to be a game dev, kind of like the initial first episodes of 16-bit Sensation, going over the details and funny back and forth between Konoha and Toya. Another example of this is an anime, it's called New Game. Yes, I still want this. In Ashley's version, however, it's more introspective of the character. It's more continuing the story left off, showing some feeling more of the characters. It's SOL-like, but not a pure scene. I could kind of cram in my own SOL scene at this point, while remaining Ashley's scene. I think like 90% of the story as at large is good stuff that should remain unchanged. It's just 10% that kind of needs to be changed. Minor things that I've mainly gone over in this stream. Some minor details and a few points where it goes off track and should remain on track. Okay, so now scene 6-2. Toya has a dream of her being the Bat 2023. The echoes give the time travel box to allow such a time travel back to her old self and change things for the better. I wrote another small version of the stake and gave it to Ashley. As a result, the scene is very much the same, but with some minor changes on Ashley's part. The only main difference is that my version Toya doesn't have two consciousnesses within the dream, which is within Ashley's version. This is luckily really easy to vert, and then there's also some lines I feel that Ashley put in the film isn't necessary, but that's kind of true for a lot of the story in general. Yeah. Again, yeah. So like again, 90% of this is fine as a whole, right? But there should be a few points where it goes off track, where it should be where it should be changed, like particularly scene 9 and scene 5. I feel scene 5 and scene 9, those should be the most altered a bit the most, but the rest is definitely fine. I like that scene 8 is completely 99% great, just a little bit at the end where it goes off track, but otherwise like really fantastic. But yeah, it's a really good story so far, and again, this is the bulk of what this project is gonna be, right? So like I feel like a story is what VN should be centered around. So I am glad with what Ashley wrote here. It's good shit. It's very good stuff. Like I'd say a solid like 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10. And it definitely does what I had imagined that 16-bit sensation should have ended, like how it should have ended. Yeah. So okay. What do we have left now of my streaming plan? Oh yeah, so like I was thinking like maybe 15 changing, like maybe I should make a list of stuff that I should change and then like check out how many words that are, and then like I think if I write 1500 words every week, I think it then should go really fast, and I know I am capable of writing 1500 words in 1 week. And then like how much and what to draw, that is still very unclear, unfortunately. However, if we look at all scenes, I want to have 2 CGs for every scene at least, right? So that will be 20 CGs. An average VN also has about let me check. How many CGs does an average VN have? How many does it have? Just a few momentos. Well, I think like 10 to 30. Yeah. So if you make 20, that's about the middle of that. Paint on that is crashing. Fuck. Oh well. It's been good. It's fine. But yeah, 20 total. I think I can do 1 CG per week or so. Although I don't know exactly. I might have to think about that for a moment. As for sprites, well, there's 3 major characters. We have Toya, we have Konoha, and we have Mamoru. So if I give them like 3 outfits each, that would be 9 sets of sprites. And then if I give those 3 sort of like body emotions, so to speak, that would be a 27 or so. Yeah, 27 or so, like original models. And like 9 if you don't count the differences between clothing. And then like emotion wise, you can do 10 of those, but emotion, like the face, it's easy. You just change the facial expressions. I know I've done this before with Ayako, Kirako, and Ichika and Akio. It's really easy to just change that in the visual novel context. Um, oh yeah, I've been thinking about getting help from other people in terms of graphics, like Tribal Toe and Vi, but I'm not really in the mood to go over those pros and cons right now, but I do have it in mind, just so you know. Okay, so music tracks are 2 ideas. I want to use the music tracks from the anime. I don't know how I get those, but maybe maybe I can hire someone to like write those down. That, or I can ask a friend or my dad, something like that. Just someone to write the music tracks down and write like 8-bit covers. I'm also fine with like original soundtrack, but that might be a bit expensive. Programming and presentation. Okay, like yeah, GD script 4, no doubt. I like GD. I like Godot. There's a lot of um, flexibility in Godot that you can't have in Visual Novel Maker or in Ren'Py. So definitely on that chapter length. I don't know. So like yeah, presentation. I definitely want it to look like a PC98 game. So indeed, something like Dokusei or like Valhalla even. I know that's not PC98, but it's heavily inspired by PC98, and it's also sci-fi, so that's a good source of inspiration. Should definitely play and beat Valhalla too. Maybe also play Dokusei if that's possible. Oh yeah, and one final thing that I wanted to do is maybe put a Akiba Maidwar reference inside of it because of the weirdest thing, right? Both of these series are set in 1999 Akihabara. Both Akiba Maidwar and 16-bit Sensation. Same place, same time. I gotta want to put some Oinky Doink reference in here or there somewhere. Really want to. Really want to. Like, I'm really tempted because Akiba Maidwar, that is one of my favorite fucking shows of all time. I saw it very recently, but goddamn, did it hit hard. Like, I fucking love it so much. That's why I did the whole. Like, that's why I did the whole Nagomi sprite in the first place. Right? Like, let me just show again. This one right here. Like, I definitely want to have a Akiba Maidwar reference in there somewhere. Somewhere, whether it's just Ton Tokoton or just Nagomi and Ranko appearing in the background. I would just love that, you know? Like, yeah, so, damn, like, oh my god, that was a long stream, but I'm glad that I did it. I really needed to get my thoughts collected here. And, yeah, so, like, future streams are, I might do more Ocarina of Time. I might do more game development, like devlog stuff such as this. I know this is more of an opinion stream than anything, but I like doing it. It was good. It was a good thing to do. And this, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So like, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you and everyone for watching the VOD. Let me just pull up who joined. Thank you Yune. Thank you Trebletoe. Thank you Kara. And yeah, thanks everyone watching the VOD. And hope you enjoyed it and hope you have a good day. See you later.